Hey everybody, it's time for another Wheel of Time live stream because there's not been many of those recently. So I thought I would do one. No, joking. As promised, I am doing live streams after the videos. I'm not doing them on the Thursdays as I originally intended. There's a lot happening on the Thursdays, and I was like, I'm just going to get lost in the chaos, and it gives me more time to focus on reaction videos and all that good jazz in between. So I figured I'd bring you like a midweek between episodes, a weekend sort of breakdown party. And I'm not going to break it down by myself because that would be dull and boring. So I thought I should bring some friends. And so I went over to the newly formed cult that has appeared within the Wheel of Time fandom. And that is the fandom known as Hat Stands. Please welcome Sulin and Kevin. How are we doing?
Hi.
Hi. We are doing so well. We're living our best hat lives.
Living your best hat lives. Wonderful. I feel like that needs to be the first poll in chat. Are you a hat stan?
This hat is both a tribute to Moraine's hat and to Savannah's hat. Because damn, is that thing impressive.
I know, right?
Yeah, Rob, have you not got like a laundry basket you can put on your head?
A laundry basket.
That's not what I was going to do as a cosplay.
Not one that's woven out of basket weave or anything like that. I mean, that's a stellar fucking hat there.
I don't think that matters really. Get a crappy plastic one on your head, Rob.
All right, give me a second.
Sorry, guys, but this is definitely something we should have sorted out in advance.
Yeah. I mean, you know, hats, they kind of just take over your life. I mean, this is like 75% of the screen is hat right now, and I've never been better.
Surely 66.66 recurring percent.
Recurring, of course.
You wait, what I've just found.
Of course. Oh.
Here we go.
Drum roll.
Sorry, my headphones jumped out when I leant over there. So
she comes.
This feels so fucking perfect right now, right? Like this feels like Savannah's, and it's so big it sits over the back of my shoulders, and it just like, you know, I even got like some loops here to keep it on so it doesn't fall off. You know, this one's come out. That one's not so good, but you know.
I mean, I think chat agrees.
Yeah.
Absolute perfection.
Mm-hmm. I nailed it so quickly. It's because Savannah and I are clearly buddies. This is just clearly.
Oh,
Beth, what did I just come into? Yeah, so this is the hat stand chat, and I was challenged to do like a laundry basket on my head or something as Savannah's hat. I reckon I could craft it. Ooh, what's going on? There we go. I reckon I could craft that into something.
Rob, tell us the truth. Did you just have to empty all your washing on the floor?
No, I did not. For two reasons. Firstly, I did laundry last night, so it's like an empty basket that's in my room. Secondly, this is not from my room. This is Kayla's old laundry basket that was sitting in the spare room, like on her bed. So yeah. Thank you, Phil. Hats off to you as well.
Oh, hats off. So, all right.
Yeah.
Andrew says, I need bigger hats. Well, I don't have bigger hats, but I've got some variety.
This is pretty big. Like this thing, like I can get in this thing.
How about a bowler hat?
Yeah.
Wear the bowler hat for a bit.
Anyway, this was not planned, by the way. This hat conversation. This was inspired, I want to say, by Moraine's hat stand. Hats became a discussion. So what are we here to do today, folks? No, not the hats. We are here to talk about episode 304, The Road to the Spear, written by Rafe Judkins and directed by Thomas Napper, that I think emotionally destroyed all of us this week in a good way. I don't know. Yeah. Sulan, what were your first thoughts watching that episode?
First of all, how much I loved Moraine's hat, obviously. But a hat aside, which is really difficult for me right now. is how much of the script was directly from the books, like word for word, and it was just so beautiful to see Robert Jordan's words being breathed into life on screen.
I agree. Kevin, what are your thoughts?
So I don't know if anyone has like, I assume most people have like a watershed like moment for Wheel of Time where it's like it turns the entire series upside down for you in terms of like things that you were kind of expecting to be the case but were completely proven wrong. And for me, it was the idea of the Dark One. And I think it's in like Lord of Chaos, and I won't get into big spoilers, but there's a moment where like it's revealed in Lord of Chaos that the Dark One speaks to a Forsaken, and you hear that conversation and that interaction. And up to that point, I was just like really expecting the Dark One to be just like an ideal, or like not actually be a thing or a person or any kind of concept like that, or even exist at all outside of just being this thing that is spoken of, but is just like a false face for just people doing bad things. And I had the same reaction with this episode, seeing the Dark One being released. It was just like my brain still is like in that scene, and I haven't fully left it yet. So like it's the same watershed moment for the show as it was for the books, where there's something about like seeing the reality of the Dark One that it just kind of changes the whole story for me. I don't know why.
Yeah. No, I mean that moment when sort of the boar is revealed, is pretty insane. Like the sound, it was like you could feel the sound of the boar breaking open. It was,
the sound design is impeccable. It's I have zero notes on anything they could have done better, because it's one of the hardest things for my imagination to kind of create on its own, and they've done such a good job that it's all I will ever picture from now on. That kind of visual they've given, it's so good.
Yeah, I would agree. It's pretty, it's just so intense. It was like broken glass, but not. It felt like the pattern. Yeah, it felt like exactly what we wanted to see.
I mean, the only way you can really describe it is like an earthquake. Like me sat on my sofa watching it, like I felt like the world around me was shaking. Like the way the sound moves in that moment is stunning.
Yeah, it is pretty spectacular.
Although I will say, the first thing I had thought when I saw this shape was that it looks like the Big Brother eye. Like the logo for Big Brother, like it's even got like a cornea, right? And like the bits coming out could even be like SAR. But then I thought, and then immediately I was like, but that's so accurate. Like Big Brother is always watching you. The Dark One sees all. Like even that like vaguely visual metaphor works.
Yeah, absolutely. Like let me turn the sound on, and we can just hear this scene happen. Hear the sound of the boar appearing. Just that's insane, right?
Big Brother house. This is the Dark One. You are live on Channel 4. Please do not.
That's amazing. MK is saying in chat, it reminded her of the first episode of Matt Smith's Doctor Who, Waiting for Prisoner One. I can absolutely see that. It felt like
the crack on the wall. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I think K-Pax talked about it on Bluesky. I think she was writing a thread about how a lot of the dark, like the shadow themed music of the season is very EDM-esque.
Yes.
Like it really relies on that like techno sound, which is a brilliant decision there, because it's done in a way that you wouldn't like. It creates almost like a new sound that you wouldn't have anticipated from somewhere like this setting.
Yeah, it felt like something being played backwards almost in it.
Yeah.
Like the sound of the braking was like whatever effect they were using, they were playing it in reverse.
Mhm.
Yeah, it sounds like, I don't know if you've ever heard or watched a video of like a slow motion of a water balloon being popped,
Mhm.
and it's like it's like a deep rumble. Like I can't really describe it, but that's kind of what it sounded like. And then with some like techno beats
Yeah.
thrown in.
Nils has just hopped ahead of me there. Thank you, Nils.
I
So
actually
after
was reversing it last night.
yeah, does it come out right when you reverse it?
I hadn't gotten that far. I'd gotten as far as making the clip, and then I realized that my editing software on my computer is not as good as the one on my phone. So I was going to do it today, and I haven't gotten to it yet. But, I do have the video itself, like the original, how it is in the episode.
That's fair. I mean, I was literally I went to the end of the cold open, which is almost 20 minutes in, you know, which is insane.
That's accepted test numbers.
Yeah. And oh my god, Skeeter. It's reverse sound. Play it the other way that says Steve is alive. The whole Steve thing still kills me. Oh. That's amazing.
I love that.
But yeah, like I'll just turn it down a bit so it's not blasting in my ears. But the cold open ends and then the video comes in. And it's played in reverse.
Oh.
And that's just wild.
It's almost like I'm curious about when I actually start messing with the audio version of it today is like, it almost sounds like it's almost like they took the theme itself, split it in half, and then reversed those two halves so that the beginnings are facing each other and the ends are facing away. Like, so it's like they segmented it. So
it's like a palindrome.
Yeah, so it's like these, and then they're flipped like that, almost. But I have to check first because I haven't been able to tell for sure. But it doesn't perfectly match up, I think, reversed. But I have to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, I actually, when I get into when we finish this, I might have to quickly record it, and then my software will flip that in like a nanosecond. It'll flip the sound for me as well without even hesitation. Good. So I'll be able to play it in the opposite way and see how well the sound goes, because they might have tinkered with it, like Sula's just said. But yeah, it was so cool. I remember, and I actually cut this out of my reaction video. I remember watching it and being like, oh, okay, we're not getting the full intro, which we got in episode 3.
Didn't we joke when I was on stream with you last time with Meg, and I said,
yes, please, there's a theory behind
don't
this.
include it because that would mess with all of the theories.
Yeah. So it was like in all of season 1, every episode.
Yes.
No, it wasn't.
Well, no, not episode 1.
It wasn't episode 1. Right, yeah. So it was 2 to 8 in season 1. It was just 8 in season 2. And so far it's just episode 3 in season 3. So this
4.
is
3, you're right.
Yeah. So who knows what's happening? There's got to be a reason behind it, and I'm not sure why, but we'll find out. We will see. I'm going to close the poll that's going on in chat. Are you a hat stan? Most people are a hat stan, it seems. So thank you to those who voted. And it's a 70-30 split on those who are hat stans, those who are not. So
29% of you are wetlanders. Just saying. And those of you who are on the right side of history, if you're going to Jordan Con, come and find me and get your own Moraine's hat stand wristband that I've.
Are you getting Moraine hat stand wristbands made? That is wow. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not sure I'm a Moraine hat stand, but I am definitely a
You're a swan headpiece hater.
No, that's strong. But I am a Savannah headpiece lover. Like that is something.
Okay,
mean,
so we figured out the headpiece line for Rob. We've drawn the line in the sand. We know what's acceptable and what's not. Let's find the line of that.
in the sand. I love the way you said that. Considering it's an IEO hat headpiece that I
That's
like.
Interesting.
But I
All right,
mean,
just taking notes.
Just look at this thing, man. That is
She's so
A laundry
extra.
basket. Okay, all right. I've
All right.
seen some theories
Sharon?
flying around.
Sharon, I know you're watching. You love all of you clearly watch everyone's content, so you must all be in chat secretly and not talking to us. Sharon, if you lend me this entire outfit, I will cosplay it at a convention in this outfit. All right. I will host a panel dressed as Savannah with jewelry and everything, the dress, the shoes, the whole 9 yards. So I will do the whole 9 yards. I love this. I don't know why.
Can I give you my theory about that clip that you had on screen with Savannah?
This one? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. I've seen some theories flying around on Bluesky, but I think this is Grendel.
I think it's Grendel too.
I've been trying to compare her outfit, and especially like the hat and the jewelry, to the Grendel statue, which I feel like I've not seen any statue discourse off the back
I was
of this
just
episode,
reviving it after.
I need a deep dive of all the current characters that we've seen and the potential to be our other Forsaken.
Okay.
I just really think it's Grendel. I just think it would be a really smart move.
When did we see the statues? Do you remember what episode?
Season 1, episode 5.
Season
when
1.
Steppen dies, I think. So
season 1, episode 4. Let's go back and find him. Let's just do that. So episode 5, Blood Calls Blood.
I know Koala had like the real big deep dive threads about it on Twitter, but
yeah, I have all the screenshots from back then.
Okay, because I came off Twitter and them's the sacrifices you make.
I had to because
I
I'd never considered robbing on there, so I think that's why I was revisiting it, because I had never even considered him being one of the 8. So
I think there's definitely some sort of theories to flesh out now, especially now we're 4 episodes in with the statues, and now we know 7 out of the maybe 8 Forsaken.
The 8th one is Asmodean, hands down. I'm
there's a statue with a guitar, but I think Rafe's being a bit cagey about how many Forsaken. I still think we get another one.
You think we get another one?
Mm-hmm.
A 9th Forsaken.
9th Forsaken.
What is our spoiler level?
I mean, I don't see anyone in chat who doesn't seem to have read the books, to my knowledge. So let's go full spoilers.
Okay, so
there we go, running there for you.
We know that Mazzy Pizzazzy becomes a Forsaken, right? So that's a freebie that we could theoretically get, right?
I mean, yeah.
Anyway, so lots of people I'm sure have said do the Time Android thing. I think yes and no for various reasons. I like them separate because it gives Egwene and Lan one each to have a bit of a fight with. But I can see the logic for merging them, given Demandred does very little until the last book, apart from turn up at Dark Friends social, stomp around saying, "Where is Lews Therin? I will kill Lews Therin," and then buggering off again. So yeah. I can see why he wouldn't be the most dynamic one to keep as a straight.
Now I can't zoom in on this because this is just the video, but
I've sent you the high res stills of all of them. Actually.
Oh, you found the okay, right? Well, I've done all that work, and then you've sent it to me. Perfect.
I realized I had it, yeah, and so I was like, "Oh, I'll just send it."
That's yeah. That would okay. Right. So let's open this.
So Julie has said that she was thinking that Melindra was going to end up being Grendel, and I've seen that floating around a few times as well. Especially as I think, please correct me if I'm wrong, chat. She's the first woman who we see her nipples in the show. And that feels right for both Mel and Grendel, to be fair.
That feels accurate.
I can't say it was the first thing I thought of when I saw it when Mel came on.
In Maureen's
screen,
shower,
but it was
there-
the
is there
second.
nips there? In like the first season with like the one with like the other keeper, with the
No,
blue keeper. There's
No.
not.
no,
Okay.
they're wrapped up.
Then you're right. Well, Trolloc nipple, I guess. You know.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
apart from the obvious.
Apart from the obvious. Okay, so we have here's the statues. All right. So let's see who have we got. I don't know if these are matching.
The shorter one is Samael, and
Yeah.
the
So
scar on his face is there.
so left to right, I can give you the ones that I had like as my best guesses. And this was before we had confirmation. So leftmost was Mogayan. It's kind of spider shaped, has a large abdomen.
Okay, yeah.
Then the next one I assumed would be Semirog, who is confirmed at this
Right.
point now. Then Samael, short with the scar. It's like kind of like it feels like there's like a marking across the face. The next one
Yeah.
I assumed was Ishi because it kind of looks like the fire face Ishi that we see in the dreams and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But I was always like, I was never like 100% for sure that was who that one is. But that is also the one that he's lighting the candle in front of, and he says he's warding away Shamael. So
Right.
that's my best guess. And then the next one is Lanfear. Very elegant.
Yeah, that feels right.
And then next one would be the potential Asmodean with the guitar.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's got to be Asmo.
And then the last two, I think that would have been that's probably Ravine, I guess, but I kept putting Demon Dread because I wasn't sure.
Right.
And then obviously Grendel at the end.
Grendel,
So.
yeah.
So if that last one is Grendel, I think it kind of works, you know, like there's a neck piece, there's like the hair is like obviously taller. Like there's a deliberate height on the hair.
Yeah. I don't know, like height on the hair, headpiece for.
Look at in comparison
Savannah?
to the guy next to her.
Yeah. And
Like
these two
you can almost see it
these-
being the shape of the headpiece.
Who is wearing the
I guess
Savannah's
compared to like
wearing.
Lanfear's hair, it's not as big either. Yeah, like Lanfear's hair is like a bit more like closer down to the head.
Yeah,
like her head, I
closer.
suppose,
Like this is close.
She's wearing her hood.
Wait, we should look for anybody who has a widow's peak for Asmodean. That's it.
Oh yeah, look, Widow's Peak.
He's got Vegeta
Oh,
hair.
yeah, the widows. I didn't see. Yeah, that's a good point. So I still think that Asmodean is the guy that we saw in the first look photos, which I'm not sure I actually have. I must have on the computer.
Oh, Matt's admirer, as he's known.
Matt's, is that how he's known? Okay, I mean that fits.
I think that's
Matt's
his like that's what he was listed as IMDb as Matt's admirer.
Ah. I'm not sure if I've actually got that image. I have a lot of images.
You mean the guy who was sketching him?
No.
The guy who remember the Matt Big Naturals photo, that one with the hat.
Oh right, yeah.
Hatnan Kadir is another name that.
Yeah, a lot of people are thinking that. No, I don't have it here, but that's fine. I know it's on my phone. So but yeah, I think that's Asmodean. That's my bet. So but so Lottie says big earrings as well. That's the other thing we need to look for.
Oh, true, yeah.
So now nope. I don't have the episode loaded up. I need to go back to the other. That's why. Season 3. We will go back to. Aha! Oh, I think I'm winning now. I think we're winning, actually. Sorry, Zulin. Big earrings. I mean, come on, people.
I've made up worse theories. I've had worse
And
theories
just
of
like
my
the,
own. So.
even the shape of her jewelry in like how it comes down the neck is similar to how it is on the statue.
Yes, let me see if I can get a better shot of like a full shot, and then we can snap and compare. Okay, that I think I can work with that. So let me pop that off screen and work some magic. So we do some live comparisons, people. Honestly, wow, this shot really does give me those vibes.
And also, like, I know, like a lot of what I've said is based on looks, but they've changed the relationship between Savannah, Couladin, and Muradin. They are her stepsons in the show, and obviously that's not what happens in the books. So if they don't, no, because she's married to them.
No, yeah, well, I mean, I thought that she marries them too, obviously, but I think that was always her point. Is she tried to speak for the clan chief because she was previously wed to one, but
because she's
neither
the widow
Couladin nor Muradin were actually ever clan chiefs, so there must have been a clan chief before them, but it wasn't their father.
The guy who died to then make Muradin go through.
Yeah, so that wasn't their father in the books. Okay, I guess I'd never guessed who that was. So when they said that, I was like, that's probably how it always was, because she's weird like that. Is she a freak for power? So,
I mean, she might be.
I just think if they change the relationship, then there's some like it's deliberate. You don't just do that on a whim. And I just feel like they do it because they don't. Maybe they don't need that plot line to go on as long as it does in the books, which I think will make a lot of people happy.
Here we go. Here's your comparison moment, people. All right. Let's. I can't just get two of them up together for some reason. So, but let me actually. Do you know what? I'm going to put this up. I think we really. I think we're onto something here. I really do think we're onto something. I hadn't bothered to look at this. So apparently this is going to be some kind of like investigative deep dive minutia stream. Is this this is just how it's going to go. So hope you're ready for the ride, folks. Am I missing anything in chat that's important while I'm doing this?
We're getting a recap of all the names, what their old tongue names are from Finns. So thank you very much, Finns, for that.
Oh, nice. Finns, have I don't think Finns. I don't think I've seen you in chat before.
Yeah.
It seems like you're new. Welcome.
Good to have you here.
Thank you for joining the party as we sit and do a comparison of these.
Light Blinded Fool asks, is Grendel's North Harbour on fire in that statue?
Do you even know where to find it, LBF? Come on. Come on. Point to it on a map. Tell me.
All right. Grendel. Yeah, this is spooky. Honestly, this is kind of spooky what we've stumbled across here in terms of comparisons. So I hope you're ready for this. Here we go. I mean,
like, look at the shape of the neck thing and the big head thing.
I think we're on a winner here. I don't know.
Even the eye makeup, right? And she's stunning. It's probably worth saying.
Yes, the actress is fucking beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
And she's got the belt, like the Egyptian belt in the middle.
Oh yeah, she does. Yeah.
Oh, I see where LBF was talking about the little glare, like the flare, like the
the
glare
like
there.
Yeah.
You goober.
I mean, this feels so possible. And just
like even the bit in the middle. Look at the hair, right? Look at the headpiece thing. There's a line in the middle, just like there is on the.
Yeah, because if you look,
Look at
the
the
Well,
innkeeper
Honest is
is
on board,
here.
yeah.
there. Yep, and then right there. So, yeah.
I've had way worse theories than this. That's all I'm going to say.
This
Way worse.
I was just like, I'm down for this, giving Savannah some kind of importance for everything, as opposed to just like, you know, whatever. Savannah's just being her cuckoo self. And yes, definitely the fade in, fade out. Good shout. But yeah, this just feels so this it looks right, doesn't it? I think we're onto something. I feel
let me send you the seal. Let me send you the seals as well. Maybe we can figure out. No, we actually know. We know what seal's Grendel's. It's the one that looks like a vagina. Never mind. We're good.
Do you think Savannah is Grendel? And I'm always going to spell that wrong. Sorry, folks. Based upon this picture. Comparison. Yes, no. Rob, you smoking short leaves. I suppose I should just like get rid of no, actually, is what I should do. Rather than have that. Yeah. Yes, you're genius. No, you're smoking short leaves.
Yeah, I'm with the innkeeper. Like the husband's died, so like the person who would be there to say this is or isn't my person also could have killed the husband. Maybe the husband was too temperate, like wasn't Shido enough to cause the drama that needed to happen.
Yeah. So this is.
We've already seen what compulsion can do with Ravine.
We have seen what that can do. That can make a big difference. So, all right. I think that's solid. We're going to see what chat says. Go over and vote in that poll, folks. It's a mixed bag currently, so we'll see what happens.
I think it should be. I think that it should. If this isn't a 50, as close to a 50-50 split, like, because that's how good it is. I feel like a good theory should be a 50-50. Like, you're either hard against it or you're hard not. Yeah.
There should be an all of the above option.
There you go. Thank you, Ashkova.
That's very true.
God, that's Savannah's honeymoon, sending a new husband to Meridian. That's amazing. Any other theories that we got from this episode while we're doing this? Because I feel like we're just going to kick it off with theories to begin with.
Theories.
I feel like I should record the background of the musical thing now and like reverse that and see what happens.
Oh
God, yeah.
Because that was very cool. Can you? No, you can't play Prime in reverse. That's a shame.
I know.
That would...
Imagine they added that just for that episode, you know?
So Dusty says, I couldn't answer this poll because I got to give Alice cred.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Just tag Anis and get him to come here, Matt. You know, be like.
So I asked a question on Bluesky, and I've not actually seen the pictures side by side, so I wonder if that's something we could do here.
Yes,
where Roderick is leaving. Is it the column down where he is with, you know, when he's in the modern buggy?
Oh, the Sharon.
Is the arches like? Is that like stable bit where they're leaving? Is that the same that we see in season 1, episode 2, the ruin? That looks like an underpass.
Oh, okay.
I know what you're talking about.
So you mean this bit?
I mean, that bit there.
So you mean this bit right here?
Yeah.
Looks like the ruin that they pass by randomly and like when they're traveling is what you mean.
Oh, you mean like the bridges?
As like that landscape
Yeah.
shot. That landscape shot. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, do you want the higher up landscape, or is this okay what you're after about?
I think that's fine. It's the gist, isn't it?
Yeah. All right. Let me. Okay.
I won't be broken up if it's not. I just thought if it's not, it's an interesting choice to do it.
Yeah. Right. Let's nab that, and then I will head over. Is it 102 that's in?
Yeah,
Okay. 102.
it's quite early on.
102. Switch seasons.
Because they're still on the horses and they haven't got to Shadow Logoth yet.
All right. That's the replay. That's
Also, chat if you've got any theories you want us to
investigate.
Yeah,
Yes. Please do. I'll be amazed at all the people who are already theory crafting about the episode. I'm amazed that their brains can function well.
I
still
know.
just haven't gotten quite in there yet.
I couldn't function after that episode. Like, I remember recording my reaction and just I was trying to talk, and then suddenly I had a moment where I was like, I can't process what's going on, you know? And it really got me. Is it after that little campfire stuff where they like try and give her shit, and then Matt's like, come on, she throws fireballs, let's not piss her off.
maybe.
Because the first bit,
It's before Weep for Manethrin, I think.
all right, I'm scrolling through. I'm at the Bat Dream. This is the argument where she just walks off, and they're like, okay, we'll go with. And then they find White Cloaks. White Cloaks. Maybe. I might have found it now. There's another big horse riding scene. That's something they've not done this season. Riding horses very much.
Where is Bella? That's all
Where
I'm
is
saying.
Bella? Come on.
Apart from in chat. Hi, Bella.
Bella's in chat? Oh, Bella is in chat. Was of an aqueduct based on a membrane interview, but could not tell you which interview. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. There'll be a lot of interviews out there, especially right now. Oh, the amount of things dropping is just constant, and it's great. I love it. All right, I have found it. Initially, it doesn't look like it's going to be the same.
Okay.
But let's just save and do a comparison anyway. So,
I mean, we can always talk about the episode, I guess.
I mean, I guess we could.
Yes.
Why would we want to do that?
That
How?
seems like right. So this is from 102.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So this is actually like long after. This is after they've like bumped into the White Cloaks and stuff, and then that's from 304.
Yeah, maybe not.
So yeah, I don't think they're the same. But it's definitely a nice callback at least. So can't argue too much. All right, let's go through the episode. Let's have some fun. I need to skip back to season 3 now. How is the poll going? Has everyone voted? There's 70 in chat and about 50 votes in. We are winning overall, if that was such a thing.
I mean, we're assuming that the 40% who have said that we're smoking chura leaves do agree with us, but just think that we're smoking chura leaves.
True.
And we
This
know
is-
that some
this is a
people
good clarification.
Some people won't have voted, such as the innkeeper, because he doesn't want to give Anna's credit just yet. So we'll end that poll. But yeah,
Ugh.
let's kick it off. Let's talk about the boys. This was our Flame and Void moment. I can't believe it took 3.5 seasons, or 2.5 seasons, sorry, to finally get the Flame and the Void. I feel like if we hadn't
And
got
what a
it,
time to do it.
yeah,
We've got longer in these episodes than we have had in the other series, the other seasons, and this is the first period of time that, apart, outside of season 1, where Rand and Lan are spending time together, extensively, and I think maybe Rand needed to accept who he was before we started doing this kind of training for this version of Rand. So I don't mind at all that it's here and not earlier. Although obviously you have the shot in season 1, episode 8 of him doing 7 of him doing the archery,
right, yeah,
which that's what he's thinking, and you don't get it, which is sad that we couldn't have had it. But this scene is given space to breathe. Like, if you think about how long you expected a scene like this to play out, just to give, little book moments and whatever, they gave us a long time for this beautiful moment.
they really did. That's very true. I mean, for me, I love that they still put humor in it, where he's like, you're not going to be a blade master by being lazy, so get up and maybe I'll actually try this time, but yeah,
and
like
Rand smiles.
he does.
Rand, like he does his big goofy shepherd boy grin.
He does. The questioning of his father is also a big moment here, which I love.
Yeah.
I think it was important too. Like, I'd even seen like people saying before the episode aired that it was like, we haven't heard enough of Rand talking about Tam and that relationship, or like it or at least it had been a while. So I think it was a needed thing, that just to reground him back to who he was and where he thinks he comes from, and kind of what he thinks of his home. I think it was just talking about the lamb stuff. Like I wouldn't have known any of that stuff.
But the foreshadowing, the lamb stuff, and then the payoff of Janduin in that scene.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's set up and payoff immediately.
Oh,
yeah.
I hadn't picked up on that. Like, we would put blood on the lamb, so the pair, like, he comes out with Janduin's blood on him, like, or his mother. Like, wow. Oh God, I hadn't considered that. Also, nice fun pause face there. Sorry, Yosha. Yosha. Apparently, Lan smiles twice in this episode, according to Trian.
He does.
Crazy. Damn. That's mad. So, but yeah, I love people talking about this tree being like the only tree in the threefold land that they possibly found. Which is great. They found shade. I honestly think that they're filming in this because it was just so damn hot. They were like, yeah, we need to film this in the shade of this tree to give our actors some peace. And it's just a nice moment anyway. But it would just be, it's just going to be so hot doing that. And there's the hat.
Oh, you know what? Hat mention. I'm going to switch hats again.
There we go. Hat mentioned, you got to switch hats. So
I've dropped a little file for you, Rob, and I was able to do it while we were just chatting for a minute.
Amazing. All right,
and I think you're gonna like what you hear.
Okay, let me put that on screen then. Perfect. It was just perfectly reversed.
Perfectly reversed.
That's amazing.
Can I just say, like, hats off to those of you who noticed that?
Yes.
It's so subtle.
There was something, like, literally, I'm going to have to clip it out because I didn't leave it in my reaction when I edited it. So only my patrons at the level that get the full unedited video will have seen me be like, oh, the intro's changed. That was a different intro, because I thought maybe we were gonna get the full one because it started differently. I'm like, oh, are we gonna get the oh no, okay, no, but that's different and the sound is odd. Like, oh, okay. And then I moved on and didn't follow up on it.
Yeah.
And I was like, when I was editing, not realizing it was backwards, I'm like, cut that bit out. That doesn't matter, you know. So I'm gonna have to put that back in and be like, oh damn. So, but yeah, I think we need to play that again. Just perfect. Absolutely perfect.
That's some good
Kudos.
stuff right there.
Kudos. That was, you know, and that's just for us. Like, they've done it because of the theme, the episode, but they've done it knowing that we're going to notice it.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't think, you know, the average fan's going to notice that. Max notes reversed it and noted after. Nice one. I love it. So I hadn't. God, the level of detail they put in for us is amazing.
Yeah.
So, oh, there we go. Max had the idea. Max is in chat. Love it.
Good thinking.
Good
Well
thinking.
done.
Yes, good thinking indeed.
I
So-
doff my cap to you, sir.
we're a hat stand episode today, folks. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, what did we think of seeing? Just edging along in the episode here. This moment here, we get to see the guy shine.
Well, I mean, the guy shine. Should we really have seen them, or should they, you know, have been in the background, getting on with things, keeping out of the limelight? I feel like they've earned some toe by being on screen. Just saying. I really like the dynamic here. Like the difference between Mullane and Bear in their attitudes. Again, almost straight from the book. This scene, you know, the slip up in telling Moraine word for word, I think, same as the books. And it's also nice to have a conversation in a room where it's all women, which isn't something you see a lot in fantasy television. And I know, like, we're very lucky that we've got the Aes Sedai and things like, and we have, you know, Wheel of Time is better examples of that, but like that's one culture, right? And this is a different culture.
Yeah, it is amazing. It's cool to see the inside of the Wise One's tent as well here, because obviously we haven't. The only thing we've seen the inside of in terms of structures in the Threefold Land has been a sweat tent so far, and like this is clearly just the Wise One tent instead, and they are just all sat on the floor, the lanterns around, a candle. I mean, I'm not sure what's going on in the background. Like, is that like a little set of boxes just to the right of Bermise there? So, by the way, I call her Bermise because she's both characters. You know.
Oh yeah, she is.
Yeah. So, and I do love the moon chat that's going on, the moon discussion that's going on in chat right now. By the way, where it's like the moon was upside down, and I was like, well, you know, it was just. You know, it was
Southern Hemisphere things, you know.
Filmed in South Africa. So yeah, I love it.
I remember being in Egypt when I was like 15, and I looked up and was like, what is going on? The moon's the wrong way, because instead of being sort of sideways crescent, it was like a smiley face crescent, and it was just the most like bizarre thing I've ever seen in my. I was like, how does it work? Like, I just couldn't like compute the science in my head about how the light is refracting and all of that. Like, oh, really bizarre.
It's the hard part about being existing on a sphere. Kind of warps the way that we see things, and it's really it messes with your logic. The way that your brain tries to logic, it's like, well, if I'm here and here, it should be looking the same, but it's very weird math and stuff. Yeah, so I don't blame you.
That's totally fair. So, but the slip up here, going back to that we said before, where Mullane just sort of gives away is perfectly done. And I love the line that Moraine gives where it's like, you'll answer any question except the ones we want. You know?
Yeah, well, everything else is Wise One's business.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm pretty sure Mullane does that too, like in the book. So it's probably, it could just be playing into that. But I did whisper to Viren, to my partner, when we watched this last night, when Egwene made her, I was like, oh, that's because Egwene's to Viren, probably. Is why she said too much, kind of thing, situation. So it's probably not, but I just like to throw those in now and then.
I like let me see if I can find the line. It's, to me, it was very much like Elida needs to have heard this line and pay attention to it, because it just it spoke volumes to me of being able to see future events and not just not let it adversely affect you, I suppose.
Don't do nothing, but don't don't get complacent, but don't try to obsess over it, like find the balance almost.
And it was just like, it made me, right, here we go, I think it's going to pop up screen now. So this is where he's just explaining, you can see some things in Meridian, but I'm sure this is it right here. It's not. Okay, you see, but it was just like the line of saying, like, seeing the future is just like, you can read too much into it, or like change things too much because of it, and then knowing too much is never a good thing, type thing. And I was like, Elida needs to hear that, like, seriously. But speaking of Aes Sedai, please welcome one of the beautiful Aes Sedai themselves, the owl in study herself, Jess, to the party. You're muted, Jess, by the way. So
unmute.
Unmute. We need to hear that beautiful
how to use
voice.
the mute button. Hi.
You're looking fabulous today.
Thank you. I combed my hair and everything.
Oh, thank you so much. So far today, we have decided that we have found Grendel. Yes.
Please tell me all about it.
We would love your opinion on this. Okay, so this is the Grendel statue and Savannah.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, and when you zoom in, like, what are you thinking? What's your thoughts on this?
I mean, I can definitely see the resemblance. I can see why
big earrings
you would lean that way for sure. Like, dead ass, when I first saw her, like, at a distance, I'm like, bitch, what is going on with your hair? And then I realized that it wasn't her hair. And I was like, listen, we know that Savannah is always doing the most, but even that's a little much. But I mean, I'd buy it for $1 as a theory.
I'd buy that for $1. Nice.
She's like Rapunzel, but she's entered the darkest timeline. Like, she's just like braided it all up. She's not found love. She don't need a man. She's out of the tower and she's gonna conquer the world.
That's perfect. Rapunzel gone mad. Oh, I love it. That's that really works for me. So I'm a fan of that one.
Well, and you want to know the other thing that crossed my mind, and honestly, I'm not even sure that it's worth mentioning because I don't think it's anything, but I was watching episode 3, 2, I don't know, whichever one where Raimo was trying to figure out what was going on with Matt.
2.
And it occurred to me that what if Rima was Semirog?
I've seen
I've-
that. I've
seen this
theory.
theory.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't think it's anything. But I was just, it crossed my mind, and I was like, all right,
Right, now we're going back to this. Which one did we think might be Semirog in this? Did we think?
Second, the second one, yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this one.
By
okay.
process of elimination mostly, yeah.
Right. All right.
I mean, it
Jess?
doesn't really fit. So
I don't know. Like, let's do some clipping and finding out. So
We didn't think we weren't sure how close Ivano was going to be to that statuette before we compared them. So I mean,
But like, all right, full book spoilers.
Yes.
We know that Semirog goes and hangs out with the Sean Chan. The last we see Rima, she is still collared by the Sean Chan.
and then she's
And if
suddenly
we-
not anymore with no explanation. And I mean, you can kind of
Yeah.
hand wave it that, in the chaos she escaped, her Suldam died, whatever. But
I'm loving
nobody
this.
mentions it, and it's like, okay.
But also,
is there a reason?
we think if you think they're gonna they've got to combine some Forsaken, right? So if you combine her with Masana, she's in the right place for what Masana is doing right now in the tower. And then
This
she
is
can
true.
she can dip and then carry on Semirog's arc later.
I mean, it could work.
Well, I'm convinced.
I'm into this.
there was a moment on
Which-
Twitter where Sarah Nakamura was like, I think it was the conversation about Rima and her fate and the question of it, and all she replied was Wafo. That's all she said in reply to Rima's fate and whether we would see her again was Wafo. So
I mean, that feels something like something Sarah would say.
But I feel like Sarah would say it regardless.
Yes.
true. I know. That's why it's the best.
Yeah.
That's why it's the best answer. Yeah. Because it
It's
doesn't
like-
kill the theory, but
I mean, and they're like, I like Rima. I don't want that to be true. And Max made a good point that we would be taking one of like the good dark-skinned women and turning her evil. And there's already been conversation about the show with regards to colorism.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think it's less of a problem now that we're further into the series. And personally, and of course, my opinion on this is very not important as a white woman, but I do get the strong impression that they cast a person in the role because they're the right person for the role without sort of taking race into consideration. So like, what's his name? That his name is escaping me. Got cast as Eamon Valda, not because they're trying to be colorist, but because he's fucking great. You know what I mean? Abdul Salas.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, maybe that's naive. And of course I'm white, so my opinion doesn't matter about it. But
I guess the other option, like I can see Dusty in chat saying I was thinking someone else, and I guess the other option is Alvi Aaron, who is newly introduced this season.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I have the comparison here, so let's pop that up on screen. Yeah, it doesn't.
no,
doesn't
I
seem to
don't
fit.
see it.
don't
I
see
mean,
it
even
either.
when,
as
if you think
Brando,
about what she was wearing in season 2, it
Yeah.
doesn't really fit. The hair, like,
Yeah,
it
she's all
doesn't-
like her hair is different this season, but it was still.
but
up.
even in season 2,
Yeah.
it wasn't like,
It wasn't
it was
anything like
up and
this.
kind of
Yeah.
wild. And,
Yeah.
it's like the silhouette doesn't even match.
No.
And, there isn't anything that she's been wearing at any point, I don't think, that is reminiscent to what is happening here. Like,
So I think it's safe to say that one's debunked. Alvi
Yeah.
Aaron appears in episode 2 as well, I believe.
Yes.
Is that when
when
She's in Egwene's accepted test.
which
She's
is
Yes.
in the room for that. That's episode 1.
Is that episode 1?
Yeah, it's right at the end.
and my dumbass was
Well,
like,
yeah.
Alvi Aaron wasn't in the hall. She's not a sitter. Alvi Aaron is absolutely a sitter, and I'm just stupid.
It's like the midpoint where she goes to do the test. Yeah.
No, she didn't do the test in episode 1, does she?
Yeah, it's right before the end because she's like, if we're gonna go
Oh,
back
wait,
to the
no, yeah.
tower,
Yeah,
I'm,
and
gonna
she-
go, I'm gonna do the test today thing. Yeah.
Yes, I have found it. Yep. Sorry, 1 second. Just scrolling back to when it starts.
And like canonically, Semi is like black in the books, right?
Yeah.
But she doesn't have to be.
No, of course not.
No.
But then again, like, although I suppose it would be appropriate for all the Forsaken to be white because white people.
Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Again, I don't think my initial gut reaction says this is not going to fit, but we're gonna give it a go. So for folks that are watching later, this will become a show only stream, not till 6 p.m. Eastern, mostly because
What's that in real money? Rob?
that is 10
2
p.m.
hours.
Because Aisha will be joining us again
Oh,
Nice.
to come party. So yeah, I think we're on to another I suppose loser here in terms of comparisons. But let me download it and put it on screen for you regardless, so that we can all have an opinion.
You can't move on to the right theories till you debunk the wrong ones.
exactly.
So yeah, I'm just not. It's a little tougher to see. Well, I don't know
No.
actually, but yeah,
Mm.
I'm not really seeing. Like the hair is down a little bit. It's tough to see here. The hair is down a little bit, but not like this in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
It's just like it's more like a some kind of slightly to the side big bun type thing.
Yeah, her hair is up.
Yeah,
in
hair
some
is yeah,
form
it's
or
up.
fashion. And the silhouette's not right.
Yeah,
So,
agreed.
yeah, I don't think. I mean, I feel like I don't know. It feels
We are hunting Forsaken. Be very, 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 very quiet.
be very, very quiet.
We're very, very
I don't know. It feels
Yeah.
weird to me to pin like to take existing characters and say that they're Forsaken in disguise because like we had it with Gabriel, but like we knew that already that he was posing. He wasn't like I feel like it's different than taking Savannah is Grendel because Savannah has her own storyline and does she not end up dead? Like
She lasts
Where
for a
does-
while. She
where does-
lasts the entire Shido plot into
She does.
Bio being like the entirety of that. So it's
well,
And
yeah,
then,
but
doesn't
it's
she
like
get
at the end, she is who is it? Is it Moradin that like that little box thing, and then like he shows up, and then like I don't know, somebody tears her
no,
apart.
that's Samael.
Or is it somebody else.
Well, oh no, they the wise. You're thinking. Yeah, I think you're mixing up with a couple events, but I think Savannah lasts. If she doesn't,
I think she just
die,
goes
she lasts
home,
basically
doesn't
the entire
she?
series. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does she? Okay.
I always
don't
love
know,
this theory.
Isn't it like Tharava and Galena and whatever? They're like, no, sod this, we're going home. Like Savannah is
Yeah,
with
something
them.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And that always sparked my theory, weirdly enough, that the remnant of a remnant that survives of the Aiel is actually the part, the Shido, they'll be like, fuck it, we'll go home and rebuild our sept. And they're the ones, which would be,
I know.
yeah. Sulan's face said that all. But
Oh, she's made Dako Veil by the Sean Chan. Thank you, LBF.
Thank you, LBF. Yes,
And-
that's
I'm sure there is fan fiction where Savannah and Megiddian post last battle meet and Elida, and you have like the three of them plotting to escape the Shonchan together.
nice. So maybe I did think it was the Shido that was the remnant of the remnant, but it was like a Savannah-less Shido, because they're like, what have we been led into? What have we got up to? Where have we followed all these paths and they've all been wrong? Let's go back to the threefold land and make ourselves right again. And there was always a part of me that thought, like, well, maybe that's actually the remnant that survives.
Redemption plot for the Shido.
I mean,
No, thank you. Not in my Wheel of Time.
Thumbs down. Do not like. Rich and
I'm
I
Let the dark one win.
Look, I need
Rich
to.
and I
I need
watched
this.
the whole.
This is a poll now. Do
We
the
watched
Shadow.
the whole season 3 last night, and we got to the part where they found the Tinker Caravan that had been burned and everybody killed. And they said, and obviously, like, no Aiel would do this. And then in my head, the first time I saw it, I was like, the Shido would. And then Bear's like, the Shido might. And I was like, that's what I said. But then Rich was like, wait, who are they talking about? And I'm like, the Shido. And he's like, the Shido? I'm like, fuck the Shido. And he's like, fuck the Shido. Got it. Fuck the Shido.
I just wanted to get this really just like annihilated in chat, so I put the poll in. It's very heavy and no already. Sorry.
No, I just like all of the other Aiel, and I mean, obviously some Aiel are good and some Aiel, like, they're individual people, but it's like, really, we're gonna take the shittiest sept and they're gonna be the remnant of a remnant? Like, fuck off.
It's more about misinterpretation of the prophecy to say, like, they that, you know, it's like to say, like, hey, you know, we can only save this much, but the ones that, you know, follow Rand are saved. They're just no longer Aiel. So a remnant of a remnant would be like the people who couldn't accept him, kind of thing. So if Rob is aligned with what the intent was, it's more of about misinterpretation than the Shido having redemption, in my mind.
Misinterpretation in my Wheel of Time?
Yeah.
What?
Who's ever heard of, you know, misinterpretation and communication? So
That's,
never.
that's crazy talk.
Never. Okay. What do we? We'll take through the episode still, but we'll keep coming up with these crazy theories and stuff. I'm seeing
We're
thoroughly
about 3
pumped
minutes
chat.
in, Rob.
Yeah, no, we're like 5 minutes in, okay? Because, you know, we've hit this moment.
The
Now-
best moment.
This is such a stellar moment. It's so
I was
good.
hooting like the Aiel during this
Yes!
scene. I was like,
It's so brilliant, you know, and it's casual land as well because the shirt's open, you know. Did anybody expect this?
My first thing was, why are they doing this? Because Leander cannot win in this scene. There's like no way she can beat Lan from what we know of Lan. Can you imagine the outroar she had?
Oh,
But-
yeah.
Like, I was like, it has to be interrupted. I don't really know why they're doing this. Like, I love it, but like I didn't see I didn't see how it drove forward character development, and I didn't see how it drove forward plot. And then obviously Bear and Melaine turn up. And I was like, oh, they've given her one last dance. And then I started crying.
And I mean,
Yeah.
I had a couple of people in my comments for my reaction talking about, like, Avienda is not in his league at all. There's no way she would have done that well. And it's like, they're sparring. They're having fun. This isn't a real
Yeah.
fight. They're not
Yeah.
fighting
Her
to
veil
hurt
is
anybody. They're not even trying to draw blood.
Yeah.
They're having fun. Like, Lan might even be enjoying the fact that he doesn't have to try all that hard. He can just kind of fuck around a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's not that
I said that
deep.
this was both flex. They're both flexing. No, this isn't about like, this isn't like a pissing test. This is just, hey, let's just flex on these mofos right now and just show off how cool we are, kind of situation.
Yeah,
They're both
just
recognizing each other in a way.
just
While
having
we're
fun.
here, can we just take a screen cap of Lan's sword? I want to come back to it at a later
Okay.
point.
No worries. He doesn't do this very much, doesn't come in here, and he's unhappy right now, so I just want to show him off.
Oh,
This is O'Neill, everybody, who does not like to be picked on.
Baby,
He's like,
what a
hello.
baby.
pretty kitty. Those back feet are like, I'm going to murder.
He is.
O'Neill did not want to have to take off their cannon sword.
Mm-mm.
Right, so you want a close-up on the sword?
Yes,
Was this shot, was that going to be okay if I get close-up on that?
fine.
That's fine? Okay, I can do that. What do you want? He's meowing at me. Sorry, buddy.
You know, and I enjoyed the sparring, but it was such a perfect setup for Bear and Melaine to come in and be like, all right, enough. You fucked around long enough. You know what you've got to do. Let's fucking do it. And honestly, you know what? I'm having such a hard time with these bangs. I am not good at bangs. Okay.
Great.
It's like,
That's why I got the
I have
stupid
the same
parting,
problem
because
too.
they suck.
Oh, I
Oh,
love
shit, I
this
forgot what I was
from
gonna say.
Dusty. This is like Gowan and Galad fighting, but if we actually like them.
Yes. Exactly.
Exactly.
Like Garwin and Galad, I wanted like a 0-0 draw with lots of injuries. This one, I want like 10-all, a sportsman-like handshake at the end, and orange segments for everyone.
This is the behind the scenes rehearsal and thing that we just want to see like 30 minutes of, you know?
Yep.
Yes, they're like training and rehearsing and stuff like that. Like I bet that was fun.
Yes.
You know,
Mhm.
like, and shit, I forgot what I was gonna say again. I even took my ADHD medication today. I'm a wreck.
You're good, don't worry. But yeah, this is, for me, it was a really fun comparison to when he's sparring with Rand before, where he's like, oh, I might even try this time. Like
Yeah.
here you can see like he's unleashing some of that. Obviously, as we've said, he's not trying to attack. Oh, did someone just lose something?
Oh, I was scratching my ear.
Oh, right. Okay. It was the microphone just went off then. Sorry, I thought someone's like microphone.
It sounded like the
just
dark one was being unleashed somehow.
Yeah, it was.
That's the sound.
The bore opening. So.
A scratch of the ear.
Which was another amazing moment. Like I'm not trying to jump ahead, but
oh yeah, that was insane.
Yeah.
That happened, and my husband was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, it was.
Well, then he saw it. He was like, "Look,
really-
the Death Star." I'm like, "Fantasy Death
I
Star."
know. There's been a lot of Death Star. Do you know what? I didn't think Death Star at first, but now I can't see it and not think Death Star.
Yeah.
That's no moon.
That's no more.
It's a space station.
Amazing. Oh god. Let's see if I missed anything in chat. But yeah, I did like this one. Like you see, this is one of Land's smile moments, and it's beautiful to see the two of them going at it. Now, apparently, I didn't in this moment, but apparently, a lot of people cried when Avi had to give up her spears. You know, and Bear's there like a little tremble in the, you know, with her little teared up herself type thing. And
That was such a beautiful moment because like Bear had to give up her spears to become a wise one too. And like we know, and I mean in the books I think it was Amis, but you know, we saw her in Teleron Riyadh and she was dressed as a maiden, just like in the books. And so like she still puts the cat and sword back on in the dream. And like she understands on such a deep level what it is that Avi is going through right now. And like, listen, at the tender age of 17, my friend Donnie called me a heartless wench because I didn't cry at the end of Steel Magnolias. I don't really cry at television or movies. I don't. Like, I cried at the end of Titanic. I cried when Hopper died. Otherwise, it just doesn't really happen that much. And I cry when I get mad, really. It's very helpful as an adult woman. But, like, I got prickles at the back of my eyes when that happened. I was like, my heart, especially when Melaine said that whole thing about, like, her heart being, like, her weapon now and come back to us and all this shit. And I'm like, oh.
Fair.
That's my story. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
That's okay. I also never used to be a crier at stories. And then I don't know what happened. It must have been like 10 years ago. And now I'm a sucker for a sob story. Have you ever seen?
You're a man now.
Yeah, I'm a man now. Yeah. What is the Holiday? Jude Law. When, you know, he's like, I'm a terrible weeper. I weep. You know, a mild Christmas card, a snowflake in the middle of January, you know, whatever it was, those lines he was giving you, you know, and then, yeah, I was like, apparently I've become, you know, a weeper, as Jude Law calls it. Like,
I'm a crier. I cry at
I didn't cry at the scene.
I always have been.
You know?
I even
didn't
got
cry
the second time. It was just like, it's a beautiful, touching moment that I think, like, I don't know, it's like two women supporting another woman, and it's just like, it's for the girls, you know? Like,
it was
just,
it wasn't
awesome.
When the spears were broken. It was when she'd taken off the cabin saw, and like she is emotionally naked at that point.
Yes.
That is her. That is her armor. That is her identity. She's been stripped of who she is. It's the moment she asks to go to Ruidian, because she doesn't want, you can hear it in her voice, and like
Mhm.
Ayula played it so. I think Ayula was a real standout for me this episode. She's
Mhm.
only in a couple of scenes, but she smashed them both out of the park.
Yeah, agreed.
And it's just, there's a wobble in her voice,
Mhm.
and like she is asking for something she does not want, and that is
I just want to recognize across the board these young actors that they brought in. Every single one of them is a fucking powerhouse.
Yeah.
Like the EF5, Elaine, like all of them, they're fucking powerhouses. Like Yosha in this episode, you played 7 different distinct men, and they were distinct.
Please
Like,
throw Emmys at
fuck
that
off,
man.
bud. You are amazing.
Yeah.
Like,
Did you see his post about this episode on Instagram?
I don't think so.
it was cute.
It was so good. One second,
I
I'll
might
go bring
have.
up because it's worth talking about. Where is it?
Kevin, you look a bit emotional talking, like just listening to us all
kind of
talk
like
about it.
it's kind of like, it's hard because I there was like a moment for me, like I was never like not emotional with stories, like I definitely would cry at stories, but the moments that started to affect me all changed when I had a kid. Like having my son like changed the way I perceive certain scenes. So certain scenes that maybe would have made me cry before don't now, but scenes that would have never had any impact on me at all like destroy me. And I was already seeing it in chat with people talking about Lewin, and like that scene in particular, it's just like there's just no way to like fully like comprehend like how well acted that is. It's just he just does such
yeah. Like I don't have kids, and that was tearing me up. So I can't imagine anyone who has kids watching that and not being torn up. But yeah, this is his Instagram post that he put up. Season 3, episode 4, Heaven and Hell. And he writes in it, it's quite a long message actually. And it's something at the end of it that I want to mention as well. So he puts in it, someone told me Robert Jordan thought Rudian was some of his best writing. I'm with him. Rafe Judkins ran with it and made it his best. Working with Thomas Napper, my director, my dear friend, never felt like work, though the prosthetics sure did. With Terence Shores as another pillar, the three of us talked and talked until we walked. I'm proud of everyone and grateful. I got the playground I wished for. I never want to stop playing. Bringing 7 different characters to life in this episode was a dream. The gaps between the book, script, shoot, and edit are marathons apart. True collaboration. Makeup, costume, prosthetics. Some took 7 hours in a chair, a whole lot of hands, and a ton of patience. And that was just the outside. The tip of the iceberg, with a universe of inner world brewed in the deep. Each character faces their biggest fight, their greatest sacrifice, all leading to our purpose. And he tags Rosamund Moraine. I'll carry you out again and again, time after time. Hell and heaven. And then he puts, be ready for episode 7, and tags Marcus. And these photos are brilliant, by the way. I'll scroll through them now. Like,
oh yeah,
you know, the Janduin fight scene here.
It was really interesting seeing, I love seeing behind the scenes photos and videos and stuff. And like that one in particular where they had him wired up actually to make that, in that one, he looks just high.
He looks so high in that photo.
He looks like just stoned out of his gourd. But like, I just thought it was really interesting that they had him wired up for that to make it look really realistic, that he was really struggling through what he was walking through. It was like,
yeah, so he's actually,
and somebody told me that's Rosamund Pike's son.
What, this kid?
I read that.
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
I thought that was neat.
Wait, can you just go back one?
To this one? That's
Is that a butt rock?
That's a butt rock, yeah.
It looks like a butt rock.
There is a butt rock. For those of you who may be watching and are not aware, I do a weekly live stream on Thursday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern, 3-4 Talk. It's an IEO talk show. Along with, I have my co-hosts, Melindra, Amis, and Roof Mistress Leia. And we have a whole joke that based upon the bathtub scene in episode 101 of Daniel Henney, and it looks like a very famous rock in Texas, which looks like a butt. And we were like, it's, you know, there's a whole history behind it, and there's a butt rock thing with it. So we say butt rock, and every time we see a large rock with a giant crack in it, we think butt rock. So yes, there is a butt rock in that photo, in that scene. So, yeah. But yeah, this whole post is just incredible. Absolutely love it. And they're so cute, the two of them hugging there.
I know.
Mhm.
Oh,
But yeah.
One of the
So-
things that makes me really happy is the fact that they all seem to like each other and get along, which like it's
Mhm.
not necessary to like the people that you work with, but there's something about it that like warms the cockles of my heart knowing that they're all friends
Yeah.
and just thinking about how much fun they must be having working together like that. Like
Yeah, they
just
must
makes me
really
happy.
they really enjoy hanging out together. It's crazy. So
Mhm.
shooting a TV show, you know, doing anything like a big sort of project like this where you are away from home for an extended period of time. I certainly had it with like running conferences which are like 1 week, 2 weeks long. You cannot help but become close to the people you are with who are experiencing that with you. Like there's collective hardship and coming together, and especially shooting somewhere like South Africa with like the oppressive heat, like that is something that no one else will ever understand, the like extreme temperatures and the long days and the like the magic of doing that, and like they're going to be inevitably close as a result, and it's so wonderful to see
Mhm.
the continuations of those
similar-
relationships off screen.
Mhm.
Yeah, I feel like it's a similar experience. I did a lot of community theater when I was younger, and the theater that I did stuff the most at was the Hayloft, and it used to be a brewery. The building is pre-Civil War. The backstage area is tiny. It's a tiny theater, and the air conditioning doesn't work that great. And you're doing a show in the summer, and the lights are on, and it's hot, and you're rehearsing, and it's 5-6 days a week that you're doing it. But God damn it, you're having such a good time. 6 days a week for 6 weeks going in and doing this thing and struggling through the heat and figuring shit out and making music. And like, it's just such a fun experience. And it's like that for almost every show. But then there are specific ones that are just extra, extra special. And I feel like it must be like that for them all the time, which I love for them because it's the greatest experience.
yeah, I agree. It's wild. But yeah, apparently, oh my god, wow. So Wintersley is saying in an interview that Yosha did, which has been mentioned previously in the chat, please, if anyone has linked that, throw that in. Yosha also mentioned in the interview that he did that after filming, he collapsed, and when the season 3 filming was over, he just took 3 weeks and went off alone just to decompress from the intensity of the experience. I mean, yeah.
Well,
I mean, that makes sense. He did a lot.
Yeah.
I want 3
I mean,
weeks
just
off
so
after
far,
I do a
he's
big
done a
project at work.
Yeah, like if we have a rough time at work, not rough time at work, but if we have an intense time, can we take 3 weeks off? I would love that. That would be, especially in South Africa.
God, I
So-
fucking wish.
All right. So we were, before we got onto that, we were talking about obviously Avienda's moment when she is asking to go to Iridian. And it's just like, yeah, it's a very moving scene. I'm just trying to get to the point where she's also, kudos again for not having everyone just strip naked to go to these places. You know?
I'm so glad they're not doing that. Like,
yeah,
like
It's-
fuck.
yeah.
It
That
would
was
have
the
been
first
just
so
thing I
unnecessary.
noticed in the trailer. The first thing I noticed in the trailer was they're not naked. I was
Yes.
so happy. I was so happy. Ray,
It is.
thank you for
Yeah.
fixing it.
It gives me a lot of hope that we're also going to then miss the topless part when
Ooh.
I have
Salad
given
bar.
during
suck.
Elaine when
Yes.
Elaine gets raised to the seat in Saladar.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or like the
First
what is it?
sister
The
bonding.
first sister ceremony. You know.
So funny. It's not funny, but it is funny at the same time. Like it's funny in a I can't believe that they've done this kind of way. It's
Yeah.
a different kind of humor that I derive from it.
Yes.
Yeah,
understand
it's
what
just a
you're
kind of almost like a kind of disbelieving. Like he just really wanted a lot of women to be naked, huh?
Apparently.
And you know
yeah.
what? Game recognized game.
Look, I like naked women as much as the next bisexual, but let's not be ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be thrown all over the place. I love that Zool has just showed up and has been like, oh my god, I love your hat, and now it's like, yeah, you've missed a lot of hats, Zool. They'll come back.
They're coming back. Yeah.
I'm rotating between 7.
But yeah, this just looks, this, like you say, she is emotionally naked in this scene. She has no armor, no weapons. She doesn't even have. Does she even have a veil? I feel like she's even taken a veil off.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
she's taking the whole thing off. She's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
basically your undies. But like even just her posture, because you think about the way Avienda has carried herself up to this point with this just amazing amount of confidence, and now she just looks so small and vulnerable and scared and sad, and it's just like so much emotion evoked just from the way she's standing. Like, come on. Good Lord.
It is.
Oh yeah, we'll still get the clan chief ceremony, of course.
Of
course. It's a necessity.
I was just thinking about that.
Yeah, do you know what? Actually, I can't think. What is the clan chief ceremony?
Nabes wrote this whole thing. It was for
right,
Ballad
okay.
After Dark, where
Gotcha.
it was basically making fun of the Amerlin's raising ceremony where the dudes are all naked and they're windmilling.
Windmilling, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Helicopter dick,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair. Zola's quite right in terms of while we're talking nudity, that we did get like the nudity in the sweat tent scene, but it was non-sexual nudity, and it was just because they're cleaning and
well, it's essentially a bath, and so it's like
Yeah.
for the sake of bathing, like that makes sense. But making a woman strip down naked to go into some city in the desert, like making her strip down naked to go face her fears in an archway, like that is.
We can be sensible. We can choose. We have sensible choices.
Like
she's got enough trauma coming. She doesn't need sunburn on top of that.
No,
there's just
very,
like
very
some
true.
shit you don't want burnt.
Yeah.
But
apparently there's historical. This is interesting. Historical basis for the Amelin naked thing. Okay, and I'm sure Winter's Lady is not saying that we have to have it at the show, but apparently the Pope used to have to strip down to prove he was male, and that's not done anymore.
I think
because
did they start doing that after they found out that there was the lady Pope?
Yeah, because in the 600s there was actually a female Pope, and apparently she was a horrible Pope, and so that when she got executed, and
was she interested to know if she actually was a horrible Pope, or if they were just saying she was a horrible Pope because they were really embarrassed that a woman got tricked them into making her Pope.
As someone whose knowledge of the Pope extends to he exists and he's the head of the Catholic Church, I didn't even know there was a female Pope at some point, let alone whether she was good or bad.
The only reason I know is because I watch a lot of documentaries.
I'm inclined to say that she was horrible, quote, because she was female, based on...
In point of fact, I'm willing... I would bet up to $5 American that she was probably fine. But they just can't countenance the idea that a woman could be good at that job.
Yeah.
The best thing about art is that there is obviously there's that moment in history that Robert Jordan obviously decided to satirize in the reverse. And then Tarvalon After Dark comes along and they satirize his satire. Isn't that beautiful? And then we're back where we started from.
Yeah, we just
the Pope helicopter dicking to prove himself as a man, Just like it happened in history.
I should have known this when I have two of TVAD on at the same time. I should have known. Like, someone send an invite to Nameless right now. Come on.
It makes sense. Like the Aes Sedai is the papacy, right? Swan is the
in
magic
many ways.
Pope.
Yes, yeah.
Like the sitters in the hall are the cardinals and the whatever the other dudes are. What are the other dudes?
Priests,
bishops. I'm just thinking of chessboard pieces.
Yeah. Dudes and
pods.
Dude bros.
Kings.
The knights.
Pawns.
Which one is it?
We are just naming chess pieces now. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, back to this moment. It is so well done. And I shout out to Ayula because, like you say, she doesn't have many scenes in this episode, and she really does nail this particular moment straight after a fight scene. So one final dance for her, which is pretty perfect. So, and we're still in the cold open here, people. So, I'm curious. Do you think that when she comes back, that they're going to be like, here, go melt down your spears and your other weapons and make trinkets for people that you dislike and all those things? Do you think we'll get that?
I think we'll get that next episode.
Yeah,
because we're
Jess, do you
gonna
think
get
we'll
some.
get
I was typing in chat like a bad person.
Do you think when we see her next, she'll be in the process or giving out trinkets made from her weapons like they do in the books? And
I hope so.
Yeah.
They have done a really great job of sprinkling in little details from the books. Some even that aren't that important. Like, I think I might have mentioned this the last time I was on too, but Swan having that box on her desk that she keeps her paperwork in, that she locks with the one power. Like, that was such a little detail, but I'm so happy that they included it. They didn't have to, and it wouldn't have mattered if they didn't, but it's just like, I just love that little nod to the source material. So, and I think that, I mean, I feel like maybe not next episode, but at some point this season, I think we'll probably see her doing that just because I think it's
another moment for her and Rand to build.
Yeah, Ron.
Which is important.
Ron Elthor. I think it's an important insight into Aiel culture and like how thoroughly she kind of has to let go of her previous identity to the point where she has made other stuff out of her weapons and is giving them away to people to just sort of like fully let go of that part of her identity. I hope so. Now, one thing, help me remember, because I thought in the books, Avi had to break her own weapons. Is that something that they changed? It's so minor, it doesn't matter, but I seem to remember her having to break her own weapons instead of having somebody else do it. I think it's powerful either way but yeah, I seem to remember that, but.
Go on, Kev.
I honestly can't remember, but Kev's checking his books from the look of it there. So
not over here. I must have used it somewhere.
So I'm just sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat. There's talk of the sea folk being topless and the rope burns on the upper body in general just being horrible.
They're saying nothing of the sunburn.
Yeah, to say nothing of the sunburn. So yeah.
I'll just Google it. I'll find it.
You'll Google it, find it. Kev is
a better Googler than a finder.
Kev has never found North Harbor and everybody.
Never.
He has to Google it instead. Oh my god.
Ah, there it is.
That's hilarious. Yeah. There we go. He's Googled North Harbor. But yeah. Is it also, I can't remember, is it 2 wise ones that you need to say yes or no to going to reading?
I think it's more.
I feel like it was more.
I think it's a change because they don't have a mace. And there's a couple of other randoms there in the book. So I think they just cut it for ease.
All right.
Yeah, I thought it was more too.
That's fair. We have a question from chat. Crow is saying, do you guys think we will see a twisted door frame at the waist?
No.
No,
it's in Tarvalon.
Yeah, there's definitely the one in Tarvalon, and then, if we get Moraine taking Lanfear through another one, maybe it'll be one that's just someplace else. I don't know, because there is the one in Tarvalon, but Matt is not there and he's not in the waste. So presumably if they're doing it this season, which I mean, I don't know if they are or not, but they've shown a lot of things about snakes and foxes. They've shown the door. They showed him hanging in front of the door in Min's vision. Perrin and Rand and Matt were playing snakes and foxes in the bar. Elida has that bracelet that has snakes on it. Like there are lots of things that indicate that the fin would happen this season.
Yeah, with Elida's
so maybe
bracelet,
there's one in Tanchico.
I would think Tanchico would be my bet. Elida's bracelet, actually, if you see her behind Shore's behind the scenes video thing,
I saw that. Yeah,
it's a snake and a fox on it, and it's called an elfin bracelet.
I didn't see the fox. Okay, yeah,
I've got the photo somewhere.
But it talks about it being like a gift from the eelfin, and it's a very important part of her costume, and it's always on her right arm. And I was like,
it's a gift?
Well, and then I was kind of bewildered by her like fantasy Parkinson's or whatever it was, the tremors that she was having. But if she went to the Finn and asked for the gift of foretelling, and what they gave her was this bracelet that is, I'm guessing, some kind of Terang Royale that lets her have them, and then the every gift comes with a price with them. So like maybe the price is she gets these uncontrollable tremors.
Yeah,
I think interesting.
I think the one in Tarvalon has replaced the one that is in Tyr, the one that was formerly in Mayenne, because we know, like, when you hear about that for the first time in Dragon Reborn, book 3, there's like specific talk of it being like used for political purposes by the leaders of Mayenne. And they go in and they ask questions to like help their rule, and then it got like sold to Tyr. And I think like moving that to Tarvalon makes sense for like Elida using it for political stuff. Like that's why she goes in, and like Moraine in the books knows the story, right? She knows of this archway thing because that's why she is hanging out, because she obviously wants to go through it, right, to ask questions. So like I like that as a point for Elida, but obviously Matt isn't going to the Threefold Land.
No,
they've set it up enough that I think we'll get it. My bet would be episode 6, as I think that's going to be the Matt episode. So I'd probably put it in Tanchico. Like Leandrin and co are looking for objects of the power. They're looking for the necklace that goes with the sad bracelet.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you, looking for objects, Panarch's palace famously full of old
in the
stuff.
Panarch's palace.
Yeah.
You know,
like Or it's in Tyr and they go to Tyr.
It could be. That was one thing I was thinking. It could be in Tyr, and maybe we don't get it this season, or he goes in right at the end of the season or something like that, and it would be in Tyr. But the other thing I'm thinking is that I'm guessing they're not going to do the Bowl of the Winds because they're not talking about there being problems with the weather. So the Bowl of the Winds thing, gone. But what if? And I know that like they weren't looking in Tanchico for the Bowl of the Winds. That was Ibudar, right? And there was like that whole gross slum area. What if they kind of combined that? And so while they're in Tanchico, he hears something about the door, realizes that's maybe a way that he could get his head straight with the memories and stuff like that. So then he goes into the slum looking for that instead, finds it, goes through. Like,
I mean, it's possible. My
kind of like a replacement.
Yeah, this is the bracelet that we mentioned. So you've got obviously the snake on this side, and then this is meant to be the fox on this side. I think it's just we're looking at it upside down, and this is like the fox head is. I don't know if I can get any closer.
Winter's Lady, in response to your question, who frees him and how does he get revived? The answer is Min. They've already set that up.
Yes,
Elida talking to her about. You can be a part of that vision that you can see, you can change things. I didn't just sit by and let the succession war happen. I went and got stuck in that, and then Min seeing the vision almost immediately after that it's clearly setting Min up to be the rescuer, especially as Rand's not around.
Talking about the stuff that comes before and comes after.
Yeah. That was absolutely my
That's
thought. Because
probably why she's following them to Tanchico.
it is absolutely why she's following Tanchico. It's the only thing that
She
makes sense.
doesn't need to just go for the tan. She is going to help Matt.
There is good tanning in Tanchico.
There is very good. Yes, the beaches are wonderful, I'm told. But yeah, like her visions. Yes, she's seen Matt hanging from a doorway. Did she see Matt getting buried afterwards? No, she just saw him hanging from a doorway. Unless he's dropped as he gets hung, which is obviously if you hang someone that's traditionally knock out something from under the feet or a trapdoor or something of that nature to snap their neck. If you just like put a rope around someone's head and then pull them up, all you do is you cut off their circulation instead.
Yeah, they're going to strangle. And
they're going to be strangled. So yes, he could be hung from a doorway and she could get there in time. What I'm expecting is her to be like one moment, Matt's gone off and got himself in trouble. No one realizes. And she goes, wait a minute, where's Matt? And they're like, I don't know. He said something about off to get a door. I don't know. And she's like, no. And she goes running and saves him at the last moment just before he actually, quote, dies. So yeah, that's what I reckon.
I love it.
Yeah, it'd be great. Absolutely.
Min and Matt is sort of like the buddy cop movie that we all need, to be perfectly honest.
And there was something. I know we're not talking about episode 4 right now, folks. Do apologize, but this is just where the conversation takes us. I do love the yin and yang of Min and Matt currently, because Min sees the future. Her head is full of the future. Obviously, she can't do it on command, but that is what Min's head is full of. Matt's head is full of the past.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like the two of them as a companion.
They're the ultimate crime-fighting duo.
And not for nothing, but the relationship they seem to have at the end of the series was not earned, because they don't have time together in the book series. They're never together like that in the book series. They have no rapport that they magically have. That's kind of stuck in at the end of the book series. It's one of the very few complaints I have about like the end of the books, is that this Matt Min relationship comes out of nowhere, like this friendship that they never had, but now they do, and I'm like, give me more of it, kind of situation.
That's fair.
So
I was just about to bring this up. Thank you, Aram. Yeah, Matt will be hanging the same episode that Tom shows up again, because Tom says to Matt, "Don't let me see you hanging" or something. I mean, that would.
Do we know if we're getting him this season again?
Yes, he has confirmed himself.
Yes,
he has. Okay, great. I hope we get more of him, because I thought that we didn't see a lot of him in season 1, but he was great. I thought he was sort of like grungy emo Tom, and I was into it.
Yeah, I agree.
I will be a bit controversial and just say I don't want more Tom.
You don't want more Tom? Ooh, I don't know.
Kira disagrees.
I feel like
it's over.
Kira does disagree. I'm going to end this current poll, and then will we see Abby giving out trinkets made from her weapons in a future episode? 70% of you say yes. And we're going to ask a new question as a poll. Okay. Do we need... wait, my question has gone out of my head now. Will Tom save Matt from hanging? That's what I was going to ask.
Let Min do it. Matt can be the damsel in distress.
There we go. Will Tom save Matt from being hung? We'll ask that. And why don't we ask a longtime friend and a long time since she's been here guest to the stream, why don't we ask Beth Doman if she thinks Min or Tom, whether it be Min or Tom, is going to save Matt?
Hey, Beth. It needs to be Min. But I would not be surprised if Tom stumbles in on the situation.
So Tom's there as well, potentially.
Yes.
Okay.
Because Min and Tom have their own rapport as well, right? Tom is the one who kind of really trained Min on knives. And so they kind of have like their own rapport in the books. So it would be perfect if Tom jumped into that little party that's going to be happening in Tanchico.
I would love that.
Same.
That would be fun. That would be fun. So, how are you doing, Beth?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fabulous. I'm so glad to see your face.
Thank you. I'm glad to see your faces.
Yeah.
So it's happy. Great to hear. Thank you for asking.
I'm ridiculously happy to see you. It's been a
I am ridiculously happy to see you because you look amazing.
for context, folks.
Tutorial on TikTok.
I saw. I saw it.
the triple T, the TikTok tutorial. I have
Are you
asked
still in?
Beth,
Hi, Kevin.
I've asked Beth to like come join a live stream, like I don't know, 3-4 times in a row now or something. And Beth is a busy person, bless her. And it's like, Rob, I'm sorry. Like I've got to do that horrible thing we all have to do, which is work to pay
Work.
bills. Yeah.
Job.
So I messaged yesterday. I was like, "Dear brilliant Beth, please tell me that." Oh my god, it won't be Cal that saves Matt. That's great. Yeah, please tell me you're
Take
free
a day
today so you can
off.
come join us. Yeah. So I'm so glad you can be here, Beth. We're 10 minutes and 44 seconds into the episode so far. We've been talking for an hour and 44 minutes.
Okay, so I haven't missed much.
Not
I
really,
actually
no.
just spent
Not much
the
and
last-
also a lot.
Well, I
Yeah.
just spent the last 2 hours recording a podcast with Delvers, with Dana Lou and Koala and Morshadi talking about episode 4. So I'm primed. I'm primed to talk about this episode.
Awesome. Well, we are up to Moraine and Rand having a chinwag after Avi has asked to go off to Viridian. Which I'm curious, how did that scene hit you? Because we find that a lot of people have been sort of like crying at that scene, and it's
Avienda giving.
Aviette.
Oh my god, I thought it was beautifully done. I loved it. I loved how in the moments leading up to it, it did show what a talented warrior Avienda was, like how accomplished she is as a maiden of the spear. But then like Lan was just playing with her, was totally just toying with her with his like little sly smile and is like, okay, oh, challenge. And how he just like hands her spear back to her. But then like that light-hearted moment was just totally cut when Bear said, you know, it's time for you to go. And she was basically like, I don't want to, I'm a maiden. And it was, even though I still have feelings about Amis not being in the show, it resonated with me so much because and the way they did it with her handing the spears and then taking off her cadentor and her buckler and all of her leather garb, and then the breaking of the spears over the knee broke my heart. It was just it was chef's kiss. So I don't really have much negative to say about this episode.
I mean, there's not much negative we can say about this episode. It is currently still rated, I believe, 9.6 on IMDb.
I love it.
You know, which is kind of redonkulous.
It was kind of perfectly done. I mean, I feel like it wouldn't be something easy to bring to the screen, but they did it so well. And I feel like they did it like, and it's still really true to the books, which
very true to the books.
Like, you know, I've said a million times, there are a lot of things about the books that I don't remember, but particularly the step back where he was Lewin and the boys went to save their sisters. Like that tickled my memory. I remembered that and I was like, fuck yeah, that's awesome. Like, yeah, I feel like it was just done perfectly. It was beautiful.
It was, it was, really, it's really interesting because real quick, I have, so I've convinced a lot of my gaming community to get involved in the Wheel of Time and they've been watching the show and stuff like that. And I streamed last night and Thursday night and people were coming in and, oh my gosh, episode 4 was so great. Episode 4 was amazing. I loved it so much. And these are show watchers. These are people who've never read the books. And then I had one person come in and said, what the heck did I just watch? That was the most boring hour of TV I have ever watched. And I was like, excuse me? Pardon me? So I had to give.
Are you watching the same show? Because
10-minute tutorial last night to explain the importance of that episode. And then at the end, he was like, okay, well, I'm going to go back and rewatch it because maybe that makes more sense to me now. I'm like, okay, go do that. So yeah, there's always the one person though, right? So.
I mean, as reference for ratings, not a single episode until now has crested 9 on IMDb. 208 came close. It got 8.9. But the first 4 episodes of season 3 are currently ranked. They fill the top 7. Okay, so 304 is number 1. 208 is number 2. 206, Eyes of Pity, is number 3. 301 is number 4, 104 is number 5, and then you've got 303 and 302 filling out 6 and 7. So out of the top 7 rated episodes in all of Wheel of Time episodes, season 3 fills 4 of those slots. One of them being the first slot. Like, just ridiculous.
If they keep going this hard, I would suspect that more of those are going to be knocked down by subsequent season 3 episodes. Like,
I agree.
Like, I thought that they improved it so much in season 2.
Yes.
And now they've just increased it by a factor of 1,000. And I'm like, this is going to kill us. If, like, first of all, I can't imagine that they're not going to greenlight season 4 at this point.
I feel very confident. I don't know about anyone else.
It's performing really well, and it's just excellent television. So, like, if they just keep going this hard for the rest of the series, like, I will be a skeleton in the ground by the time we're done. I will die.
Yes.
God, it's good.
I agree.
You'll be one of the corpses in the glass column.
I will. I'll be like, whoa, I'm a ghost.
Amazing.
Well, it's like Kevin. You know, Kevin's been reborn since episode 1 and the Elaine Avienda scene. Like,
and then twice having his memes mentioned. One of them, spoken out by Kira herself. Kev, I know you have to go soon, but like, give us a little talk to us about some of the things that have happened to you this season, man. Like, how are you handling life?
So it was interesting, obviously, to have. Interesting is an understatement of the century to have Kira read the tweet about Elaine. It was surreal to hear Rosamund Pike laugh at the text of the tweet. So I've made her laugh. I'm going to count that as I've made her laugh once.
Yes.
Then of course the Australia New Zealand Twitter for Prime Video shared the Tower Puff Girls meme with both Maddie and Zoe. So that was pretty impressive and wild. And then I posted like this random meme of like Ches Small, Ches Medium, and Ches Larges. It was shared on the actor's story 4 hours after I posted it. They're watching me. The Dark One's eye is upon me. I can't do anything anymore. But I'm also just going to keep doing it. But
stop being so damn creative. Oh my God.
I still haven't gotten you the TVAD social password. I need to get you that. So
it's okay. So it's
increasing
all
our
to say is that
reach.
All of my everything I do, I've said this before. I'll say it again. It's a reflection of the joy I get from talking to all of you guys. Is what I try to put back into it. So it's very fulfilling in a way to see that is extending beyond just my intention, which is you guys, and also entertaining and making the cast and the crew and the people behind this amazing show feel happy as well. So I'm just very grateful to all of you and everybody else just giving me a platform to be my goofiest self. And it's very, I do genuinely, like, as silly as the facade is, it means a lot because I just love to make people laugh. It's really what makes my heart feel full. So thank you everybody for letting me torment you. It's really,
well,
it's really my pleasure.
We love you for it, Kevin. So thank you for doing it. So, and thank you for hanging out today. I always love having you on these live streams. It's always good fun. You come up with the greatest things. So you're like, 1 second, let me Google this, or you send me random videos of things. It's great fun. So you go enjoy the rest of the evening. For time. Yes,
I got a lot of time for all of you, except for now. Goodbye, everybody.
Except for now, yes.
Bye.
See you later. Kevin. And as we lose our Dark Mima, why don't we welcome our Dark Mother into the conversation instead? Please welcome another person who it's been a while that she's been here, but it's a pleasure to have her back. Please welcome Mary Frenzy to the party.
Oh my God.
Hi. I've missed you.
I didn't expect quite that much. Sorry, that got me.
Understand the connection I have with Mary Frenzy. You
All
just
right.
don't get it.
Let me just put. I need to put the two of you on the bottom together. There you go. You're next to each other now. So.
High fives, high fives.
I'm so
high
sorry. I
fives,
didn't
all
mean
the
to
high fives.
squeal. I did not mean to squeal into
No,
the
no.
microphone like I
All
did.
the squeeze.
I'm so sorry.
All the squeeze. Oh my God,
Yes.
Sula and Jess, it's so good to see you guys. So we're going to have a
Yes.
nice, normal, not insane conversation about episode 4, right?
Yeah.
I make no promises.
Aye. Define
We're-
normal. Normal is irrelevant.
Yeah,
Exactly.
we're not very far into things at the moment, and Kevin, not Kevin, sorry, we're only like 11 minutes into the episode, so
And apparently they've been streaming for 2 hours. So
yes, we've been live almost 2
To
hours,
be
and we've not
fair,
really talked
we
about it.
started with the Death Star
Yes,
Right.
and then went back.
yeah.
As we should with this episode. It's all about going back.
mhm.
It's on
speaking
theme.
of going back, it is, yeah.
Should have done the whole live stream in reverse, Rob.
I mean, I'm just gonna just reverse it afterwards. I'm just gonna get you to do that for me. But Kevin earlier did, and if I don't know, I don't know, Beth, Mary, if you've noticed this, but the intro after the cold open is played in reverse, as is the music.
That was mentioned during my podcast recording. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Kevin recorded it and then using software in his phone played it in the original format and then reversed it. And if you reverse it, it plays the music perfectly. So it is literally reversed. It's not like a different version of the
That's
song.
very cool.
Yeah. So Skeeter has sent me, and he's tagged me on Bluesky in this, where he has recorded the breaking. So interesting that you just mentioned that, Sulan. The boar appearing, because we joked that the music is like maybe that's played backwards as well or something. So he's just sent me this, so I'm going to share this, and I have no idea what's going to happen. I haven't played this yet, so we'll see the original breaking, and then it's going to go in reverse, and we'll see if the sound does anything different here. Maybe we stumbled on something, maybe we haven't. Maybe a little better. Did it sound like they were speaking there?
How is it even creepier? And
I was gonna say, how did they make it creepier?
It almost sounded
was-
like words at certain moments.
it almost
didn't
did. It sounded like there was a movie that it reminded me of, and I don't know. I can't. It's like right there in the back of my brain. I'll think of it. I'll spurt it out in the middle of someone else's sentence later.
I will
That's
say
fair.
the creepiest thing about this whole episode is the shape of the facial hair on Yosha's face in that scene. It is so precise. And
Yeah,
for me, Yosha's never looked more unattractive purely because I don't like facial hair. But look at the it's so precise here. It
Mhm.
it's so creepy.
He
Did you
spent
notice
a
when
lot
you-
of time in front of the mirror with his trimmer to get that going? Like,
He knew he was meeting me, Aaron, today.
No. She grooms him with the power as a thank you for being
Oh
you
my
know,
lord!
her Jen. You know, like
Did you see how his eyes almost mirrored back? The orbs, the pupils in his eyes are so large.
They're
They
blown.
mirror back the boar.
Yeah,
It's
the pupil
insane.
in the dark one thing.
Yeah.
that's yeah. Thank you for doing that, Skeeter. That's actually killed me. Right. So let's talk episode 4 because that's kind of why we're here. We are arriving at how we said Chandar. Chandar. Okay, for reading. This was probably one of the moments that made me laugh. And it's not quite here. I think it's this. Yeah, it's this moment here when they've walked up to the hill.
Hang on, hat's on screen.
Cat on screen.
Hat on screen.
Oh,
Cat on
hat,
screen.
hat on
Hat.
screen. Okay,
Hat.
but it's this moment here
I have a veil.
where they've walked up this hill and they've gotten here and they're looking at Iridian and then suddenly they hear noise and they look to the right and they're like, oh my god, Shido. And I'm like, how have you walked up this hill and not realized there are tents and people to your right? I realize the piece of Iridian is a thing, but I feel like you should still be aware of your surroundings. Sulin, help me out here.
I mean, I can give you the technical answer, which is there are no maidens of the spear in this episode. and you're relying on stone dogs and all
Red
the
shields.
other icky boy sets.
Right.
And they've got no one there to, jump really high and see. And without Maidens of the Spear, how are they going to see in front of their noses? So that's all I'm saying.
Except Avienda's
Well,
there, and
somebody-
she's still in Maiden of the Spear.
No, Avienda's
Well, the
already got
spears
his
have been
side.
broken at this point.
Yeah.
No, this is before that. This part is before that.
No, the spears were broken prior. Avienda's already had his spears broken.
Oh
and it's gone.
shit! You're right.
Yeah,
I only watched it 4 times and totally got my timing off.
that's fine.
In chat, Carl and Mayhem both pointed out that they could be permanent tents that all of the clans use. So the fact that the tents are there, they're expected, but the fact that Shido are there is something that they didn't expect, which makes sense because all of a sudden they were standing in a tent. So it kind of makes sense that they had him there.
Yeah.
Stone dogs.
All of the boy societies. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's fair. I can buy that.
All
right,
I'm
thank you.
saying is, if Sulin was there would be no surprise.
That's
Yeah, we
fair.
wouldn't have had that problem.
This is true. All right. I'm going to end the previous poll. Will Tom save Matt from being hung? Because we're predicting that Matt hanging scene Beth and Frenzy in Tanchico, because that's where we think he's going to get hung. And I'm on the Min saves him train. But we did someone suggested perhaps this is when Tom arrives, because he said, "Look, I don't want to see you hanging from anything." When I won the last times we saw him, that Tom might turn up and try and save him. The poll says 57 to 43. 56 to 43, because YouTube does its thing. Says no, Tom will not save him. So that's kind of a split one there. So
Maybe Min saves him, gets him down, and then Tom can perform CPR or something. He has the trauma of seeing his nephew die and whatever. He can help, but it's too Min.
I mean, or vice versa. Tom could cut him down and then Min could be the one who actually, I don't know, does CPR or fantasy CPR. I don't know. Whatever she does to
bam. That's fantasy CPR, right? You just
fix him.
Pummeled
beat his ass.
He knows what he did.
Yeah.
Nah, that's when we're going to see Nynaeve channel for the first time this season.
Ooh,
interesting.
Oh.
That's bold.
Okay. That feels like a poll right there.
that feels good. That feels good.
Yeah.
you
That
see
feels
how
good.
we're
That
11
feels right. They
minutes
are
in?
all there together, and then this maybe could this be the moment that breaks her block?
Not necessarily breaks her block, but starts to help to do that.
Okay. Will Nynaeve channel for the first time in season 3 to save Matt from his hanging? Hannon? I missed a G in there somewhere. Hanging.
Maybe she's going to be so mad at him because they're going to know something about the doorway somehow, and they're going to be like, "Don't go in there, Matt." And then they're going to come and she's going to be so mad, you wool-headed sheep herder, and use
I mean,
some
I could
anger.
see her being extremely pissed that he did something that got him hanged.
Right?
Yes. That's true. I could see that.
Freaking
All right.
idiot!
Do you think?
We.
I lost.
So what?
Sorry,
That's fine. So we've got that poll running in chat. Please go and vote on that, folks. There's 90 odd of you here, so go hit up that poll and vote. It's looking very split currently, so this is a fun theory, Beth. I like this. Now that we've arrived and we've found Shido, we get the wonderful introduction of Couladine and Savannah.
I mean, it's a statement.
It's a statement. Beth and Mary, do you like this outfit that Savannah is dazzling for us?
How much swearing can I do?
I mean, just avoid the C word, I suppose, but otherwise go for it.
Okay. She is serving so much C word here. I love it. Okay, so Savannah is one of my top 3 I have a visceral hatred of her character in the books. I really, really dislike her, and I love the fact that I get that much of an emotional response from her. And I'm really hoping that I get that from the show too. I just want to love her and loathe her at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, I loved this personification of Savannah. I just it's like to the extreme, the best way possible.
I mean, I don't even care that she's wearing a wicker basket on her head. She is serving so much seaward
that
here.
is not a wicker basket. That is a headdress. Thank you. That is a headdress. Thank you very much.
Rob's got his Savannah cosplay going.
Yeah.
I
Savannah cosplay in the house, everybody.
Nice.
I love this. So I believe Dana Lou here is speculating that I might not like this headdress. And I do have a record of not appreciating, shall we say, headdresses or pieces in the show. They've not wowed me so far. Sharon's work wows me. I just, it's not for me, which is fine because everything can't be for everybody.
Right.
However, hate to break it to you, Zool, I really love this. I'm like, give me that wicker basket. She looks fucking banging. I love it. I mean,
everything about this costuming is perfect for Savannah. I mean, everything about her, even the way she looks, she sized up the party, like her eyes, everything was chef's kiss. Once again, they've done a fantastic job casting. I mean, I love it. And you are so right. She is serving up so much C-word. Like, oh my gosh.
Look at that. I mean, that is spectacular, right? That is
like, listen, I can't get any more bisexual. Another hate crime from the makers of the Wheel of Time. They are trying to kill the bis in the pans.
I'm feeling it.
Oh, Lord.
Look at this. I was assuming Rob would hate it too. And then Dana's like, really?
It's just so over the top. It's perfect.
I mean, she is always doing the most, and this is just, it's perfect.
Yeah, it is. Ashman is right here. It's a serpent down to the texture in the
fabric. It does look like a cobra's head, doesn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. The hat that isn't a hat. Maybe she needs the headdress to balance out all the necklaces.
Seriously.
I mean, they would be a little bit much if she didn't have the headdress. It does balance the whole ensemble.
Do you know what? This folds down really well. I'm gonna bring it to WatCon and wear this as my Savannah. I'm gonna find a dress.
Great.
I am gonna walk. I am gonna walk the fashion walk at the con. I'm
so glad I'm going to WatCon instead of JordanCon. I'm
getting
so
crazy
happy.
Necklaces. I'm gonna get some kind of dress and a giant belt. I'm gonna make this a thing. I'm gonna do this.
Oh my god, so good.
But
that headdress is a cosplayer's nightmare. Oh my god.
I know, right?
Do you know what the fabric reminds me of? You Jess and Mary, you guys might remember these. Do you remember the shirts in the early 2000s that were one size fits all and they would stretch out? They were like ruffled ruching shirts.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that headdress reminds me of. It reminds me of one of those shirts, the patterns. It's like, I'm gonna find one and send a picture of it to you, Jess, because you look puzzled.
Yeah, I that's not ringing a bell for me.
It's okay. I probably have a picture of myself wearing one 20 years ago.
Naria Smith has put in, sort of reminds me of ancient Egyptian Neem's headdress. Yeah,
I agree. It's giving like Nubian queen vibes.
Yes, I love it. Now, Beth and Mary, have you heard the theory that Savannah is actually Grendel?
I have heard that theory, yes.
Yeah, Mary, have you heard this theory?
I have not.
Okay, that's a theory that's floating around. What is your instant gut reaction to that, Mary?
No.
No? Okay. What would be your gut reaction to it when I show you this comparison to the Grendel statue?
You know, Rob, there's more than one person in the Wheel of Time verse that has big boobs.
I wasn't thinking the boobs. I was thinking the headpiece. Okay, it's the headpiece. Look,
You know,
like
you know,
big earrings. She's got big earrings. Like
it's a valid argument. It definitely is. I hope it doesn't come to pass.
Same.
Yeah, I would like Savannah to have her own. Like, I can see it for sure, but I would like Savannah to have her own thing. Although, looking at the Grendel statue, she really does look like she subscribes to the bigger the hair, the closer to God kind of attitude. Like, some big hair.
Oh,
So
Lord.
fantasy Aquanet.
oh.
I respect that.
Oh my God! I've just remembered. Thank you, Winter Lady. Sharon's going to be at WhatCon this year. Can you imagine me walking the walk?
Absolutely.
She's gonna love
better.
it. I bet she'll love
You
it.
can't back
You better-
out now. We're gonna clip that and we're gonna
You
play it
Have
live.
to.
while
You
we're there.
have to. You know why? Not only because it's amazing, but you need to throw the gauntlet down for man fear.
Oh, yeah. So wait, what's my name for this then? So we have Manfear for Lanfear. What would be like mine for Savannah? Like, what would we call it?
Manvana.
Samana.
Manvana,
Or instead of Savannah, it's Samana.
Samana.
No,
Yeah.
that's never mind.
Samana,
No,
yeah.
never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. That we can't do that.
What?
I mean, Manvana works.
Manvana does work.
Yeah. Manvana. Okay. Yep. Oh my God. Anyway, having fun there. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Let's make sure I get to WhatCon. Right. So we are 15 minutes in. We have crested the cold open. Thank God. No, we haven't crested. Have we crested the cold open? No, we haven't. The cold open is 90 minutes in, so we haven't even got through the cold open yet. Never mind. We'll
Stay
get
on
going.
task, Rob. Stay on task.
I mean, that's fine. The
I
show
don't know. I
only.
feel like they were doing fine until I got here, so I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. Aisha will be here in like 45 minutes, and then we can just it'll be a no spoilers discussion, bless, because she won't know any of it. So, anything? Shall we just like jump ahead now where we want to look? Like, shall we jump ahead to the visions? Is there anything you want to talk about, like the wise one stuff? Like Mary Beth, you're new for the stream currently. Like, what would you like to talk about? We'll hop over to it, and rather than try and get through the whole episode, because I only put aside 4 hours for this, and I've got no one lined up after 4 hours.
I mean, I think that we could talk about what a bitch Couladin is.
Right?
Yeah.
And did I read correctly? I thought I saw a post that said that he is Savannah's son
Yes.
in the show.
It's his stepson.
Right.
Because she said his father died, and my new husband, his son, Muradin, is currently in. She does say that Muradin is her son, is her husband.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got to be stepson.
Yeah, it's got to be stepson. That
Okay.
makes sense, because otherwise that'd be fucking weird.
Well,
Yeah, because doesn't she say he's dead? My new husband, his son, Muradin, is in the columns right now, or has gone to Ruidian right now, or something like that.
Let me.
you know what we
I
don't see
believe
there are
that is
Shadow Wise
correct.
ones.
1 second. Here we go.
Where's your husband, Savannah?
Dead. My new husband, his son Muradin, has entered Ruidian, and he is there still.
So
Mother failed.
So
her husband died. Her husband's son, Muradin, is her current husband. So she married her stepson.
yes.
Correct.
Right. And now
Which is
Couladin.
very cool and normal.
Very normal.
Absolutely.
And the way she groaned and she said,
like, ugh, dead.
dead.
No, it's more like,
so
ugh.
perfect.
That weakling
Murdered.
had the audacity to be so weak that he died. So he's not even worth my time.
She's so perfect. She's so
Yeah.
perfect.
Dead.
My
Let,
new
and let me do that
husband.
again, actually. Then we should listen to it properly.
You brought wetlanders to Ruidian.
Shut up, Couladin.
Your husband, Savannah.
Dead. My new husband, his son Muradin, has entered Druidian, and he is there still.
And should my brother fail, I will enter.
Okay. So Mirrodin and Coolian
off,
are
Coolian.
brothers. That's
Yeah.
okay. That's book
Yeah.
accurate. So
Mhm.
so that's her brother-in-law.
Soon to be husband.
So- Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
soon to be husband. Yes. Yeah,
Yep.
it's her current brother-in-law,
Cool, cool.
Right.
who was previously her stepson.
Her stepson. Right. Because their son was the clan chief.
Yeah.
She is very cool and normal and
This is why she
Not
has.
problematic at all.
This is why she
Giving
has the
Hamlet.
big thing. So then when people are just being like, I can't believe you did that, and she's like, okay, well, just
Well, could be. Well, Morghese married Tarangel, and that was the widower of the previous queen.
yes, but she wasn't married to Tarangel's father previously.
That
No.
part.
No, there is, you got to admire Savannah for just bringing the C word
Yeah.
Yeah, serving so much of it just
so
Serving-
much.
Serving C word. Oh god, it's mad. So
hi.
Hi,
Yes.
Matt.
yeah, sorry, Matt. Mary gave a very we even had to temper it here answer about what Savannah's like. For me, I think the best moment has to be when they they're talking through okay, you need to go through the these rings, and then Rand, you need to go through these glass columns and stuff like that, and then when we get to this
Know
moment
where you
here,
came from. To understand the blood in your veins.
Mm-hmm.
You must go to Ruidian unarmed to honor the last true Ayi.
and this is still great. This
Your
is
weapons,
beautiful,
even
and obviously after they talk
They'll be waiting
in
for you when
unison,
you
that's
return.
great.
If you return.
But it's Moraine right now that kills me, that she's doing
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
just all the
Like-
knives. Do.
Just
One.
packing so much heat.
2,
2,
the belt,
3. Yeah. Okay. 3.
3, and then teeny tiny one was that in the bodice?
Was that
Yes.
what, did she have a
Yeah, it was
cleavage
down
knife?
her
I feel
bra.
like that was a cleavage knife.
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
They
You
will
know?
not speak to the living.
And
I
then this
mean-
beautiful.
Return.
I love that. You haven't got to Meridian yet? No, we haven't got to Meridian yet.
It's
We're doing a
it's-
very bad job.
It's literally an homage to Matt not being
Yeah.
there, right? It's because Matt had all of the knives.
Thank you, Dana.
Yes.
Dana Lou.
But it's so
See, it's cemented
character
now.
accurate for Moraine, protecting Rand. It is the only thing that matters. And, I will die before I let him take you. And to Lanfear doesn't mean I'm not prepared.
Yep.
She is prepared. She has learnt the lesson from New Spring, where she was shielded and she couldn't use the power to fight the Dark Friends, and she is now packing. It's so accurate for Moraine, and I love that we got this moment for her as well.
Agree.
And it doesn't feel silly. It's
No.
not that comedic.
Mm-mm.
Here's a million weapons and things for me to just put down. I remember watching an old Sylvester Stallone movie called Oscar, and there's one of his henchmen. It's a little bit slapstick. It's a classic. It's not even 90 minutes long type thing about a gangster in the 20s trying to go straight. And it's not working out, and it's all chaos in a house in one day type thing. In fact, it's only a few hours long in the house. But there's a moment where he's just give me your weapons, he's give me everything, because I thought I took this gun off you. It's oh, this is my spare, and so on and so forth. And then he unloads 30 different weapons, including a piece of TNT and a mace and all sorts of crazy things. And it's so many times that scene can be done in movies and television shows, and it's there for comedy value. And here it just felt very genuine and authentic to Moraine, like you just said, and I love it for that. So I really appreciate that. Apparently Matt is just coming through and just combing things. He's found a fun thing in episode 3 for future live streams. I love it. Nice. Appreciate that.
Perfect.
But yeah, this is this whole moment here is just beautiful. When they're
And it's
going
word
through
for
it.
word from the books.
It is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In this
And then
moment
they
with
pull their shawls over.
Mhm.
drop their hands in unison. Melaine is so creepy. I love her.
The lack of smiling is just
The
perfect.
lack of smiling, just the stare, her light eyes, and just like, this woman has seen ghosts and she does not care.
Yeah.
She really does seem like she's seen some shit, huh?
Yes.
I agree.
I also just
Very
want
much
to take a moment for Moraine's wig in this season. Like,
Right.
it's been upgraded year on year, and this year they've gone with a side parting, and for that alone, it looks 100 times more authentic than season 2, which looked 100 times more authentic than season 1. Like,
Right.
a wig is doing so much heavy lifting for
Mhm.
Rosamund being, blonde normally, and it's incredible.
Yeah. I agree. So, shall we go through the visions a little bit now, or do you want to talk a bit about the oratory?
Well, let's talk about the story that Maureen tells with Rand about
Layman.
how Layman used to have the sapling, and the Kyrianan don't know why they ever got one, but then her uncle cut it down, and that was such a great exposition moment without making it seem like it's exposition. And then instantly, like within the next 5 minutes, we see the ramification of that with Rand's first vision. It comes full circle, and it's so well done.
It's mad. Like, no, keep talking, Savannah. But yeah, like the intertwinedness between the two of them here is just so good, and the tree is
We
beautiful.
used to have one just like it where
The tree. Okay. The tree didn't hit for me, but only because I live in a place where I've seen 1,000-year-old trees, and we've got these massive coastal redwoods in California. So I've seen trees that would take 30 people, arms stretched, to get all the way around. I know you can't do that on a set like this, and this is a desert, so obviously you're going to have a different type of tree than a redwood. But the tree, once I got over that, I love the tree in the middle of the city, and the calmness that you feel of it, and even the tone of the music changed when they were there to be less ominous, and just to see the trees and the visions and the cuttings, and here's a 3,500-year-old tree that's been through so much, that has seen so much. I kept on thinking, I was hoping Rand would say, I wish Loyal was here to see this.
That would be amazing, yeah.
But that would not have been book accurate. So, they were very tidy with the dialogue in this episode. There's so much they could have put in. I think the cuts they made were strategic and probably very painful, but the end product really, really works.
Yeah, I agree. Skeeter is basically just hearing you saying that the tree is just not girthy enough.
I have high standards for my wood. Just saying.
Mary, it's been a while since you're on a non-dusty stream, I feel like,
Oh my goodness gracious.
Love you, Matt. That was not any slander towards you whatsoever, by the way. It's amazing. Okay. Let's talk this moment where Moraine's just like, oh no, we've skipped ahead. I thought we'll get to that later, actually. But yeah, these columns are stunning. I cannot get over how these look.
They look like ice.
Yeah,
they look like trees. They look like trees with bark.
It could have been all carved and everything, but it's so natural.
Yeah.
It looks really different from what I imagined when I read. What I imagined they were wide but thin, and they went up and then were like angled at the top and got bigger as they went. And I imagined them going in a spiral, like one of those like spiral walkways. That's how I imagined it, not just a forest of columns. So like it just not for anything, like it's not bad. It's I guess interesting how what people see in their heads can be so different reading.
Yeah. I imagined it pretty much exactly like this. And I think while we are still in the full spoiler segment, this is exactly how I imagined a particular column of light moment in the last book as well.
Oh, yeah.
And the potential for a little bit of foreshadowing there.
I think
Just
for
it's a nice nod.
Yeah, I agree. I think for me, color wise, like visually in terms of the color, the how opaque they are, was very much how I envisioned the columns. But for some reason, I read columns and thought, flat, like pieces of just glass, cloudy glass going up, I suppose. But this sort of like tone of the whites and blues going on. I definitely didn't, for some reason, think trees. But when I saw this, I was like, this is perfect. I absolutely love it because, it feels, it's almost like like you say, it looks like trees. Avenosaurus just like thrown up its roots and they're all made of cloudy glass. So, I know, Beth Frenzy, like, what did you envision compared to what we got on screen? Like, how does it compare for you? Like, maybe Beth, you tell us.
I pictured it different. It's hard. Like when I think glass, I almost think like more work of art, less natural looking. Like, because they are glass columns, but they do look like very much like you're walking through a forest, I think, by design. But I always pictured them to be like more artistic, like fluted almost, and daintier looking. Like how, like looking at it, how could you, what Dana Lou's saying, like you could break it if you hit it too hard, like almost fragile looking. That's always how I've pictured them in my head, but really tall and almost spindly, I think would be a word that I would use. But I like this. I like what they did.
Oh yeah, definitely. Frenzy, how do they compare to what you were thinking?
I was thinking when I read it the first time, like Beth said, fluted, clear, but something, I've envisioned like pulsing light almost, or kind of almost like a smokiness, which I think it got. But other than that, I think, I didn't really have a strong visualization of what the glass columns looked. I heard column and thought fluted, classic, Greek or Roman style.
Yeah.
But didn't give it too terribly much thought. Not like Jess's beautiful description of what she envisioned. So,
I mean,
I also imagined them that they were kind of more pink.
Interesting.
Oh,
I don't know why.
I mean, hey, like. Yeah. So I'm sure a lot of people do this. When I read descriptions in the books, like I don't pick up everything of the description. I take something and then I just like, that's like the basis for me then imagining something in my head, and whether it's accurate or not, like that's just what I end up seeing type thing. So Finn's asked an interesting question. Is Calendar going to be very similar to the columns? I'm assuming in terms of like color and light and things like that.
I actually think that it's going to be more similar to that sphere because we find out that that's like the companion to Calendar. So I assume that Calendar is going to be made out of a similar kind of crystal. Now, this is kind of jumping ahead, but do we think that those two Terangrial are going to be replacing the
Chodonkal?
Yes.
The Chodonkal.
I think they are.
Yeah, I think they must be.
Which makes sense. I mean, to streamline it and make it easier for people to understand.
Mm-hmm. I guess I just don't see how, because the Sarkhanan in this show is for women.
Yeah, but they've got, but it's also one of only besides Vorva's rod, right? It's a named Sangreal. And Calendar is a named Sangreal. So it would make sense for them to take the name from something totally different and apply it to something else. And it just makes sense because you're going to have these two really strong, powerful Sangreal, but then all of a sudden we're going to introduce two even more stronger Sangreal because Lanfear has already said the most powerful Sangreal is XYZ, right? Didn't she say she basically alluded to it?
You said
so then to have something else come along and say, oh, well, those are the most powerful, except for these things. Not to mention trying to make access keys and orbs on other sides of the world
giant thing
to understand. You know, I mean, I think it just streamlines it.
Rafe said on Thursday.
Oh, sorry.
Rafe said on Thursday that they were like basically cutting those, and these
cutting the totem call out. Yeah.
Well, and they made it a sphere, which I feel like is a nod to the totem call. So.
Yeah, because they hold the sphere, so I think that's a good nod. And they've said Kalandor's just as powerful type thing, but it's
Kalandor in the books was a MacGuffin. It was there. It was something everybody was chasing after, and then once they got it, it was kind of gone until later in the series, and even then, it didn't really play a part the way that the Choden Kal did. So I think I'm all right with this change. It makes sense.
I do think that with this specific Sangreal that Moraine yoinks.
Just absolutely just slips it into her pocket. It's like
yoink.
Don't nobody sees anything. La 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 la.
I think she's taking it with her.
Yeah.
On her little trip.
And
because well, it's they've set up that Lanfear wants it. I think it's a clear thing for them to fight over.
Mm-hmm.
And by taking it with Moraine, it also takes it out of the picture, because otherwise you're going to have to keep coming back to it, and it's going to be a problem until they need to bring it back to the plot. So I think you could take it out of contention. It means when or if she comes back, she doesn't necessarily need a power drop because she's had a more powerful Sangreal with her.
Right.
I just think
Nynaeve is going to need to get her hands on it for cleansing the source, and that happens while Maureen's gone, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but we know they're screwing around with timelines as well.
Yeah, you could bring her back early, I suppose, or get that back somehow. But yeah, I think it's a good switch. The only thing, and it probably falls under the category of unreliable narrator, as we know, Wheel of Time is famous for.
No.
So Kalandor is what the dragon must go and get Kalandor type thing. It's wrapped up in the Stone of Tyr, which we've had mentioned. Loyal has been reading the prophecies to Rand, and it's a male Sangreal. Okay, but in earlier seasons we've had the whole we don't know if the dragon's going to be male or female type thing, and even Swan saying to Rand these things would be so much easier if you were a girl and stuff like that. Is that unreliable narrator that the dragon could be a man or a woman, or because if it could have been a man or a woman, then if it's a woman, she can't use Kalandor, so she's just gonna go get it and then find a guy who can channel to help her out if she needs it, or it gets. I don't know how. That was just a thought that went around my head. I'm I'm probably pegging that to unreliable narrator. Feels like it in me, but I don't know what everyone else thinks.
The innkeeper might disagree, but I don't think we can necessarily trust what Lanfear is saying at face value in that.
Fair.
That's
very fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Mary, do you agree?
I think saying the dragon could be a man or a woman at the beginning of the show doesn't really change anything. It just makes the cast of suspects a little bit wider, even though, we know which way the plot is going to go. It's a red herring. It doesn't detract from the plot. It doesn't add to the plot. It adds a little bit of the plot. Like I said, more people could potentially be the dragon. And obviously there is no weave that you can't get around if you've given enough time to think about it. So,
it also gives us that amazing line from Swan when she tells Rand, "We would be so much better off if you were a girl."
Right?
Yeah.
I just love that. I just thought it was a good moment.
Yeah.
It is a good one. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no. Absolutely. That was a great line.
Yeah.
It encapsulated what the tower, Swan has kind of embraced the tower's thoughts on what the dragon should be. It's not like it was in the books where they deliberately let him go.
Yeah.
So, it sets up that tension between Moiraine and Swan, Moiraine in the tower, Rand in the tower, Rand and Moiraine. So it works well.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely unreliable narrator is what really fits for me to be like, it's been 3,000 years, who knows what's going on. What did Lanfear say about this? Lanfear was saying like, how the Sakanans for women, and in the prophecies the Kalendors
She
for
could break her oaths.
yeah, breaker oaths, and like
Mhm.
Kalendors for male channelers. And I was just postulating, if Kalendors made for male challengers and like you can't get it until the dragon goes to get it, then the whole initial bit where is the dragon a man or a woman, is that unreliable narrator, or is that something else?
I know it was this episode 4, but Lanfear getting all teary-eyed saying, if I had this most powerful weapon in the universe, I could break my oaths and just be a simple, channeler, and I could be married to you and live happily ever after. I'm like, how dumb does she think Rand is?
Well, he is pretty dumb right
He
now. Let's not forget he's pretty dumb. I mean,
Yeah.
But I'm like, oh my God, this is shoveling it on pretty thin.
I mean, he's a man. He's there's not much knocking around upstairs. Let's be honest. So
yeah, and part of it is like, I think it threw her a little bit when the reveal in the where she's like, you love me. I think that threw her and kind of shook her confidence. But I also think she is a woman with a plan. And, this is the most powerful Sangreal she knew existed. She knew Latra had it. She knows it still exists. This is her easiest way to get it. Why wouldn't she?
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Makes sense.
Yeah, love it. So, all right. Shall we continue on to the next vision? Yeah. Here we are, 2 hours and 35 minutes into the live stream, and we haven't talked about a vision yet. So let's just hop into the first one.
We're right on time. We're right on time.
Yeah. Right on time. The first one is obviously a non-book one. It's one generation back, but I think this is not just important, like Rafe said, for signifying the blood ancestry path of the columns, but I don't know. I think it's a good moment for Rand to connect to his parents.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because he's never met. Sorry, go.
I at this point, like going into this, he thought his mother was Aiel. And
Yes.
so when Couladin objected to him going in, he says, my mother is Aiel. And then Bear says, your father, yes, but your mother. And then she gets cut off. And so I'm not entirely sure that Rand 100% clocked that. The impression I had was that he thought Tam was actually really his birth father, who just happened to have him with like an Aiel maiden or something like that, which he probably didn't think through very well considering they were on opposing sides. But love conquers all. But then he gets in there and realizes, oh, my dad was Aiel, and my mom, he thinks, is Aiel. What now? He finds out he's adopted, and that's gonna send him just into a fucking tailspin. So
Yeah.
I mean, also think about the fact that he had just had this conversation with Moraine about Layman chopping down. I can never pronounce it, so somebody else say it.
Avendasora.
Not
Avendasora. Avendaledera.
Thank you so much. That one. And how now he's proclaiming, I killed him. I killed him with my own hand, basically, right? And that just once again, because Randus kind of sarcastically talks about how if he hadn't done that, then his mother wouldn't have given birth on the mountain and they wouldn't be there right now. So this even cements in his connection to Moraine even stronger because his father's the one who killed her uncle. I mean,
oh, my dad killed your uncle. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think there's any sorry there, but I do think it's someone mentioned when we were recording our Delvers podcast earlier today that they've name dropped Tigraine twice now. So that connection is going to probably make itself, known. And because they also said, Avienda also said to Elaine in episode 1 of this season, you already have the coloring and of
You
an
could be taken
Aiel.
for an
You could be
Aiel.
taken for Aiel. So it's they're definitely laying all of that groundwork, and but I loved this because it is one of those moments where it's referenced in the book, but we don't directly see it. So they used source material and brought it to the screen in a way that's going to make people understand what's happening, and I love that.
Yeah, I think
It
you
was
needed
so
this to
hard for me.
understand the
I'm sorry,
ancestry.
go ahead. I was going to say it was so hard for me to like not go into those details with Rich because he's never read the book, so he doesn't know any of those connections.
Get those connections out now, people, because you got like
Yeah,
another
and he's-
15 minutes or so before Ace shows up. You know,
So like, I'm like, I really want to tell him Shail is Tigraine and Galad and Rand are stepbrothers, half brothers, whatever. Like, I had to keep my mouth shut. He's like, don't spoil it. I'm like, oh, fine.
Here's an interesting question inspired by this comment and what people have just said about Tigraine's name being mentioned twice. Are we going to get Tigraine lore this season? Like, is Tigraine going to be explained at least to viewers this season, if not necessarily to Rand? Do we think yes, no on that?
It could make a pretty baller flashback cold open.
Yeah.
Especially since we have Lord Luke.
Oh, yes.
That fucking guy.
Well,
Right?
why don't I end the previous poll? Will Nynaeve channel for the first time in season 3 to save Matt from his hanging? The poll ended up, it's reasonably split, but it is in the favor of no, sort of 55 to 45.
I can't wait to come back and say you guys were all wrong.
Only about half-ish. And we'll do
All
a
of
new
you
poll.
people, yeah, you're wrong. I'm just kidding.
When will we
Beth is going to fight you.
Tigraine lore, I'm going to call it, because I like that phrase. And then I'm just going to put the episodes in. So, episode 5.
Episode 5 is called Seeds of Shadow. Episode 6 is called Teller on Riyadh. Episode 7 is called The Road to the Spear. That's probably where it would be. If it's
No.
Those episode titles are wrong.
They were
It's
wrong.
The other way
Oh,
around.
these are
This
the
is
wrong?
Road-
Okay.
Yeah, He Who Comes to the Dawn
4 is Road to the Spear.
Is okay, so maybe because here it says a 4 is He Who Comes with the Dawn, so maybe those have swapped.
Yeah.
And then the last episode is called The Shadow in the Night. This is an older Watt. Yeah, this is from last year from Watt series.
Right, yeah. I think we were all guessing back then, weren't we? So
Tigraine Lord?
Lore.
Lords? Oh, I put Lords. Well, there's a Dusty poll in chat. Dusty poll in chat, everybody. Enjoy that. But yeah, basically, I'm asking you in chat, if you think we're going to get Tigraine lore, please pick an episode that you think we might get it in. And yeah, we'll have some fun from that. I love now this moment when Rand comes out of the vision.
Yes.
This to me calls back to when he was talking about blooding a lamb with the new mother's blood when like a sheep dies.
Yeah.
In, lamb birth or whatever. This just feels like Rand being blooded by, the vision to be like, now you're Aiel. This is so the Aiel will accept you type thing, because you are now being taken in by a different family, so to speak. I don't know. It felt very symbolic to me.
Yeah.
I read it differently, but yours is great. I like yours.
How did you read it? I'd be intrigued to take other. How did you read it, Mary?
All right, so that was just as he came out of the scene where Janduin was mourning Shail.
Yeah.
The clans came over the spine to it was the decision that was made to chase down the tree killer, and that decision was Janduin as the clan chief led the charge, and he got the tree killer, but he lost his love. He lost his child. Mm-hmm. He has blood on his hands. Everything happened because of that decision. And was it the right decision? Probably, but there's consequences to all the decisions that are made.
True.
And was it worth it to make that choice? That's how I read it.
Yeah. I love
I think it's reasonable for it to be both,
Absolutely.
Yeah. It really could
I
be
like both.
Yeah.
I like both too.
And it's also it makes you whenever, like when Nynaeve and Egwene came out of the rings during their acceptance test, they came out bloody. Mm-hmm. He's coming out of his visions bloody.
Yeah.
So it's a callback to that too.
So it's interesting. I think this one is particular because this is the only vision that he comes out with, like, he comes out this one bloody, but he doesn't come out with any of the others with some form of physical change.
That is
be
true.
Covered in something, holding something,
At least
injured by
not till the
something.
end.
At least not till the very end, where he gets like his power cuffs. I don't know why that's the phrase that popped into my head when I was doing that action, but it did. So, but yeah, pretty. I don't know. I just found that very symbolic.
It was so well done.
Conversation. It was really, really well done. So, any other thoughts on that, or shall we perhaps try? I don't know. Should we move on to the next vision, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Fine. You're all like,
This is so quick, Rob.
I know it's so quick, so quick. I'm really sorry, but yeah. Back to I love these two. These are my favorites. These two right here, Mandine and what is his wife's name? Do we get her name? I don't know if we get her name.
No, I don't think I ever sang her name.
Whisper is Dreamwalker. Although he might have said something, but
I mean, this formation right here, all the fog flying out like it's some sort of cluster bomb, is just stunning to me. But yeah, I love it. It's so. Oh no! It's in the X-ray. It's in the X-ray. Look, right there. Cialdre.
Cialdra.
An S named Wise One.
What?
No. Honestly, I don't know. Just her outfit's killer. She's great. I mean, obviously Yoshi's killing it as well in this scene. And I love the spear. That spear is, peak. We need that spear as a thing.
He's also wearing the same necklace as Ruark.
Yeah, somebody pointed that out. He's wearing it, and then I think somebody else was wearing it too, and then Ruark was wearing it.
Yeah.
And I don't remember. I think I saw it on Bluesky. Here's another thing, and it's kind of like a gut check because I want to make sure that I'm not hearing things, but does anybody else feel like the Aiel's accents get kind of more Irish as we go back?
Yes, they do.
Okay, good. It's not just me.
It's not just you.
The next vision, like Yoshi is doing an Irish accent. It's the only one where he's really deliberately doing it.
Yeah.
I first picked it up actually with Cialdra. She sounded very Irish to me, and I was like, well, that's interesting. Because it's like as they transition from the old tongue to the new tongue, maybe the way they sounded with the new tongue was Irish, like whatever accent came with the old tongue. And then as it evolved, it became more like whatever it is now, which I cannot put my finger on. Somebody said maybe Scandinavian a little bit, but I just think it's such a fascinating detail.
Yeah. It is great detail. I noticed it like Zul put in chat with the Hobbit boys, particularly the one who represents Matt in the trio, or at least to us. He sounded insanely Irish. It was like very, very strong with him. Obsolete Industry says that this is the Ashendare.
I was thinking the same thing. I don't know if it's 100% the Ashendare, but it certainly evokes it.
It does evoke that. That's true.
But like on the Ashendare, and I'm moving my mouse around here like you can see what I'm pointing at. But now the Ashendare has the old tongue on it, right? And this doesn't look like the old tongue. This just looks like some kind of design. Also, wasn't the Ashendare like crazy long?
Yeah, I think so. This is taller. It's taller.
So yeah, my initial thought was that maybe could be, but I don't know. I'm not ready to commit to that.
It could be the basis for it. I would be okay with that. Something similar in design, but like more swordy, less speary. Or like a spear length, a full length spear in terms of the shaft, but then also like a sword style blade on it. So it is, super long, but also super swordy.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is maybe like a full-size quarterstaff with then a long spear blade on top of that is kind of what I always imagined. But
Yeah, could be.
then again, the quarterstaff that Matt used in the fight wasn't as like tall, long as I expected it to be either. So
Yeah. Skeet is pointing out that the Ashendari apparently has a curved blade. I didn't pick up.
oh,
on
does
that.
it? Oh,
Yeah, it's supposed to be curved.
that's a detail that I missed.
It would be, by today's definition,
Like a katana.
be a glaive.
A
by
glaive.
today's-
Glaive. All
by
right.
today's definition, yeah. Yeah. That would be fun. So, but yeah, this scene with them, I don't know, like I just love, I love their outfits, and just everything about this. So,
I think it's a really good adaptation, this scene, from what we see in the books. I can't remember
It's pretty spot on.
his POV in the books specific. I remember, the scene with like her saying, whatever they ask, you've got to say yes, and then going in and he says yes. What I can't remember is if he's quite as willing once he hears what it is. But I don't think it massively matters. It doesn't add or take away anything. I just can't remember the book perspective of that character and how they feel in that moment, but I can reread that.
I think once you get in there, I love. I do like that they've made a singular Aes Sedai like the point of contact for multiple things now. I think it really simplifies it for show watchers. And it also exemplifies how long-lived a somebody's clicking. Clicky clicky.
Oh, it's my keyboard. Sorry.
You're fine. I like that
Throwing
sound.
something in bed. I'm sorry.
It's very ASMR. I love it.
It's really clicky. I love it.
But I do think having the same Aes Sedai be throughout consistently makes sense. It just makes it easy to understand.
It
And
adds
those Aes
continuity.
Sedai live a long time.
Well,
They
was
do.
this this was pre Oath Rod, right? So
yes,
like
Yes.
they would have lived even longer.
Well, the oath rod was only used on criminals.
Right. I mean, pre Arthur
them
Hawkwing
using it for the
making
three
them
O's,
use it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been 1,000 years later.
Yeah. So Latra is old as fuck.
she is very, very old. Ladies and
think-
gents, sorry, go, son.
No.
I was a bit all right, ladies and gents. We are getting towards the end of what I'd planned for this stream. The last sort of hour or so. I honestly didn't think we would be nearly 3 hours in and only 28 minutes into the episode. However, that's fine. You may continue to talk spoilers for the moment because the next guest has arrived, but they have read the books. Please welcome the fabulous and always wonderfully opinionated Bree to the party.
I love that. That's my intro.
I love because
Hi, Bree.
you have great opinions, and they're
Many
always
of them.
wonderful to hear. So you are wonderfully opinionated. That's
Well, thank you.
It's accurate. It's a compliment. So I
Well,
hope it came
since
across
I
that way.
have arrived, I do want to also add, and the Aes Sedai of the Age of Legends were so strong, and the stronger you are, the longer you live.
True.
So
Latra was one
who
of the strongest.
knows how old Latra was? I mean,
Well, and look at how so aging is slowed down. And look at how wrinkly she is. She's this
Yep.
teeny little raisin lady who I want to put in my pocket and just keep with me all the time, by the way. Like, she has got to be just ancient to have aged that much.
I mean, look at that.
yeah.
Just
I don't know. There's just something about her that I just love her. Like her
Yeah.
whole demeanor and her face and everything. I'm just like, want to be my magic grandma?
She's been,
Because I love you.
through it. She has been
She must have been
through
several
it.
hundred years old by the time the bore was drilled. And then the collapse was another century. War of Power was 10 years. The breaking was 300 years. By the time Rudian was built, was probably at least 1,000 years since the breaking. So she's
How
she's
old was
earned
that
her those.
Damane? That Damane that had lived so long was like 600 or 800?
476
Oh, only
years old or
400.
something like that.
She was old.
She was old, but she didn't look it.
Olivia,
Yeah.
yeah,
One of the-
she looked like she was barely touching middle age.
one of the kin was really hella old too, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember
Yeah.
which one.
400 years. That was
Wasn't it Rihanna? Wasn't it Rihanna that was really old?
Yeah, maybe. But yeah.
That sounds accurate. I'll buy that.
I thought I remember reading that somebody was like 600 years old, but I might have made that up.
Yeah, no, it was the Damane, and I'm blanking on her name. I keep thinking
Olivia. It's
Olivia. It's Olivia with an A. I was thinking of the young sea folk Windfinder who was even Talan. But she's young, not old.
I love the chat, like, you know, people going on like 800s, 700, 250, 350, things like that. I have a question. What did she do after she had said to these chiefs, be like, turn up here, take the test, or it's lights out for you, basically. Creates the columns. We're speculating, what, 1,300 years old or something crazy right now? Maybe older.
At least 1,500 years old.
Probably 1,500 years old or something insane like that. Like, you know, she's been around the block once or twice. Do you feel like she's like, my job is done. I have seen the world on the path it needs to be on. I'm checking out. I'm going to lie down under a Venusaura where it's peaceful and just pass my time, and dies under the tree? Does she go off on some other mission? Does she live a peaceful life for another 200 years in a cabin by the woods and be like, I don't care about the world? Like, what do we think Latra gets up to after this?
I'd like to think she dips off into a well-deserved retirement somewhere.
Yeah,
I think this is her last hurrah. I think she probably lays down and passes away. This is her last ditch attempt to try to save what she can.
Yeah, I think she's done.
Yeah.
Go to the beach, read a book.
Bria, I think you're muted.
No,
Am I muted or not?
No,
No, I heard you. There was a little bit
Okay.
of a delay between your camera and your
Okay.
and your audio.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I like to think that, you know, she's like, I've done my hard work. I've put in the graft. I've saved the world by doing this, basically. I'm going to lie down under this tree and I'm going to die peacefully and relax and just, you know, move into the beyond, whatever that may be. I'm curious if there is, because obviously it's been many years since that moment, if that is what happens. I'm curious, and I haven't bothered to go through yet, but I'd be curious if there was randomly just that necklace sat somewhere in the roots of the tree.
That would be
cool.
Can you imagine if like random Moraine are wandering around and we don't notice it, but just like peeking out of one between the roots somewhere is that necklace ever so slightly?
If the necklace was
Now I want
there,
to look for it.
Moraine would have stolen it.
She's a klepto.
She's like that.
Listen, klepto
She's
said I.
She's a magpie, okay? She's like, oh, that's sparkly. I want it.
Shiny.
Props to Latra. Like, I can't keep track of my jewelry for like 3 days, not during an apocalypse. She's been wearing this thing
for 1,000 years.
What's the secret? You just never, ever, ever take it off.
Yeah, I'd hate to see the insurance policy on that necklace.
Oh my God. You'd want some kind of refund eventually. Be like, I've been paying this insurance policy for 600 years now, and I've not got a single penny back. You know? There's got to be some kind of discount at this stage, surely. But yeah, it's very, very cool. I just the whole design, but the particular moment that I love is going to be. Let me see if it'll. I think I'm close enough to it now. Obviously, she's talking to the chiefs here, which is very cool. I think I only counted 6 chiefs, if I'm correct.
That guy looks kind of like Viggo Mortensen.
It doesn't. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. But it's when she creates the columns, which I just think is absolutely incredible.
It's very
okay.
vibes.
Ladies and gents, we must now stop all spoiler talk, and I will pause this because, ladies and gents, we have now reached the show-only discussion segment of the live stream. Because please welcome to the party Aisha. How we doing?
Aisha!
Aisha.
I feel like such a party pooper coming in, like, no more book talk.
No, you're good.
Rob lured me here because he said you would be here because I
Mhm.
love your reaction. So
Oh,
you are
thank you.
very welcome.
Bree is how I found you, Aisha. So, yeah.
Thank you.
We are like Lewin from the show. We will stand back and protect you
Yes.
from the spoilers.
What should we do now?
Just a quick thing.
Protect them.
If you are able to not watch live chats, then the folks in live chat could still talk book spoilers to themselves. We just won't put them on screen, obviously. Then we'll just keep that safe. So you can be spoilers in chat, people, but if you put a spoiler comment in chat, we're not going to put it on screen, even if we think it's great, because we don't want to spoil things for Aisha. So,
Thank you.
Aisha, how did you find episode 4? I'm very curious.
Well, once the convulsions and nose bleeding stopped, I was able to. It was so much. It felt like, that expression. You're taking it in like a fire hose or a fire hydrant to the face. Like the first 10 minutes of 15, I was like, oh, okay, this isn't so bad. We're getting, more Rand and Land time, pretty people fighting. We like this. And then it was just like, more information, take it in. So I was more Rain, but like just things flipping through my head and getting dizzy. I was like,
hopefully you weren't as traumatized as Moraine was by it, though.
I mean, thankfully, I was the omniscient view. I wasn't the one getting murdered repeatedly by Lanfear, so a little less traumatic for me.
Talk about trauma.
Yeah,
like
The murder go round. The murder go round.
Right.
The murder go round.
Hateration. Lanfear. Is that what Lanfear means in Old Tongue? Is I hate?
Yeah, in the old tongue, Lanfear means hateration.
No hateration.
Is the innkeeper still in chat, I wonder?
Dancery.
If someone can go hunt down, I don't have it prepared with me to one hand. If someone can go hunt down Aisha's reaction video to episode 4, that would be great. If you're not a mod, you won't be able to put it in chat, so you have to send it to me, and then I'd be able to put it in chat. Or if one of the mods is able to find it, if like Zool or someone like that who's currently in chat, that'd be great. We pop that in, so folks who don't currently follow your channel or anything like that, best dogs to say hello as well.
Hi, Popo.
Then they can find you and watch the video because your reactions are great. Absolutely love it. So it's I'm so glad you can come back and join us. But yeah, I'm curious, as a book fan, we all kind of knew what was happening as we go through these visions. We're following things, we're understanding things, we're recognizing moments. How did you follow the story okay? Were you confused? Did you get it? Were you like, I have to watch this 6 more times to understand it? Where on the spectrum did you fall?
I knew I had to rewatch because I was reacting the first time I watched it. So you have to give commentary. So I knew I wasn't as focused and I couldn't rewind. But I thought I got the gist. I kind of afterwards just kind of brain dumped, and that's why I apologize. I'm like that. I have a long ass commentary on that because I was like, let me just try to work through this with my brain. But then yes, once I rewatched, a lot of people, my comments were like, watch it backwards. Go from the last vision Rand had and go backwards, and it'll help put more things in place. And I think I actually got about, from what they showed us, I picked up about 70% through my first watch through. The part that really required me to look through is more, and the stuff that I'm still a bit lost on is definitely the possible futures with my Rain, because that went through really, really quickly and we got no context. But Rand stuff, I was like, okay, no, I'm kind of getting it. I think the only parts I was a little fuzzy on was how the IEL splits. I kind of got why they began to split off, but not really how the groups all ended up. And then it wasn't until I rewatched that I picked up that Latra said that all of the true Aiel were gone. So I was like, okay, that makes more sense, because I'm pretty sure all the Aiels carry spears now. So what's going on? Makes sense. So yeah, some of those things I think I have. There's definitely a lot of context, I think, that I'm still just not going to either get till they either show us more in the season, or I'm probably just going to have to suck it up and get some recaps with some book stuff. But I think I got it. I got the main things. I'm Rand. Awesome. Rand is I know enough to know that I don't know everything, but I kind of get it.
I mean, accurate. That's not a terrible place to be. You know enough to know you don't know everything, but you still got a lot. So, because that was my concern, and I'm sure like the people making the show, like Rafe and everyone, that probably their concern as well, to be like, are we making? Because this is so. I don't know if you realize how book accurate this episode is. I mean,
that is what I've been hearing. All the comments, even the usual people who are like, "Meh, it's not the books." They were like, "No, this was actually a good episode. It's pretty close."
Yeah, I read out I did a podcast recording earlier today, and I read out at the end of it we called them book cloaks, one of their reviews on IMDb, where they were just like, I've been very vocal about how much I don't like the show and how inaccurate it is and how they don't cover the books, and even I have to be like, touche, this was the best episode of television I've ever seen in my life, and it's absolutely a 10 out of 10, and I'm so happy to be wrong on this occasion. I still don't like the previous seasons, but this time you absolutely nailed it, and I want to give you credit for it, type thing. I very much paraphrased that. That's very paraphrased. But, I was just like, yeah, even the people who were like hating the show previously are like, should be good.
Sometimes you just have to let things cook. Like this TikTok generation doesn't recognize that, you don't go from cookie batter to like something you can eat right away. There's a baking time. Like give it some time. It gets there.
You mean you can't eat
there's
cookie
a
batter?
lot of
I mean, unless you want to get food poisoning, you can eat it raw if you want to.
that's a myth.
Trying to make us stop living our best lives.
I probably should warn you, Aisha. Right now, you've probably got the best and craziest combination of people to be on stream with right now, to be honest.
So
Honestly.
hard to act normal, thank God.
Normal is
right.
myth.
You're fitting
Yeah.
right
You do not
in
need to be on your
perfectly.
best behavior here.
No, let it out.
Absolutely not.
I mean, just look at Jess's sign in her background. I mean, literally.
Yeah,
I'm very professional.
super professional. So, Brie, I know you were super excited to meet Aisha. Do you have any burning questions you want to ask?
Honestly, I was just really excited because, like, the moment your video dropped, I was like, okay, I'm gonna find out if people, because this was a lore dump to the face, like it was a fire hose, and you really did. Like, I mean, I listened to your thoughts afterwards, and I really think you got it. Like, you really picked up so much stuff. You're super insightful all the time. So, big props for that, because, and it's fascinating to hear. It really is. I mean, I think everybody in here loves like seeing the show people pick up stuff that we didn't even see, because we have all these expectations that kind of mess up what we're looking at. And there are times where you'll just like grab something and it'll be like, oh crap, I didn't even notice that.
Or when you know something's coming and then a show only person like picks up whatever little nuance thing it is, and you're like, I've been doing that with my husband. I've been watching it with him, and he's never read, to my chagrin. So yeah, every time he picks up something, I'm like,
and then it just goes, oh.
I guess that shows the power, though, of a visual medium, right? Because books have to bring things to you in a certain way, and then I think your brain fills in the rest. And then when they put it on screen, you get usually multiple people who are adapting, and that's just it. You're going to get people who are like, oh, but I feel like this would have been like this if you were to see it versus read it, right? And I think that's why it's helpful for us who haven't read the books, because they have to show us, right? We can't read it all, so they have to give us the looks and the little head nods or the interaction. Otherwise, we're gonna miss stuff that they would otherwise have to spell out in text, which they
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, what was your? And I know it was a lore dump, a hydrant to the face, as you called it. Did you have a favorite vision or moment? Like, was there a moment you're like, this is the killer bit for me, or is that too tough to pick out in an episode like this?
I think maybe not like favorite. I think for impact for me, it was probably Lewin's flashback. The understanding, because I think it's the most relatable to what a lot of us understand here, right? The really deep set, how you go with belief versus, kind of what would be quote unquote common sense, and making a hard decision there. I think you can understand both sides, right? You understood where his grandpa and his mom came from, but you also understood why he did what he did. And then I think as far as, again, impact is that when we went to I guess the combination of Lanfear's and then also the one later with I can't remember the name of the guy that was with Latra who got the sangreal. The first thing that hit me with that was like, wait, why are we wearing shiny uniforms? Why are the shoes so nice? What? Huh? And then I forgot that, like, oh, right, the past is actually ahead of the current, which is not the way the world works right now. So, well, actually not entirely true if you look at the civilizations they're digging up now.
You are so correct.
Got that right, yeah.
But yeah, so that part I was kind of like, oh, and then it hit me and like, oh, I'm like, and then the oh my God, like because Lanfear that we've been shown so far has been like, hi, I'm a jealous hoe, but there's more, right? There's more. I'm like, oh my gosh, she was actually like, she had an altruistic vision. Oh my gosh, we did not pick up on that because all the history is like, yeah, got dumped, jealous hoe, kind of psycho. That's it. So I'm
like summing up Leandrin in 5 words.
But you know, Aisha, you said something really awesome because like if you when you said you always jealous hoe, somebody who's really altruistic, something that I think is really meaningful is when she tells is it Charn? Charn. She tells Charn, go down to your family, go spend them. Family is precious. She has this look of loss on her face when she says that.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, like I have said forever that Natasha O'Keefe to me is the perfect person to play Lanfear.
Mm-hmm.
And that vision right here just cements it. Like if she plays both sides of this character perfectly. And you cannot tell me that there's another actress on earth that could do a better job of playing her because she is chef's kiss, perfect casting.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant when I said about you have to show here, right? Because that's how I was able to pick up there that this is likely after she got dumped, right? And at this point, she's trying to take it in stride, but clearly still hurts, right? So I that's enough for like she didn't have to say it, but at this point, I'm like, okay, this is post Lou's, leaving her. So I was like, that's because she gave me that look. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. Was that before? Is that after?
I love that you picked up on that. I love it. Yeah.
It's funny because like I hadn't even thought about her and Luz in that moment. I was just thinking about her being in that thing, and obviously then what happens after
the Death Star.
The Death Star. Yeah. What do you think is like? What is this?
I was like, okay, I knew that they were clearly ahead of things. I did not think they were like, we have ways to keep things self-propelling in the air ahead, right? I was like, and then of course this part, I'm like, well, did we crack the Matrix? What's happening?
Pretty much. That's a pretty good, actually a pretty good analogy, cracking the Matrix. This was so good. I'm so glad they put all the CGI money into this scene right here because it's perfect. This was perfect.
And then of course it opens more questions to me of like, okay, if this is a thing, then is there something behind it? Like what you know what I mean? Because in every other thing you have like, it's not, you don't have a veil for no reason. Like, are they just living in a big fat dream world and they don't know that they're in it? Or is there something going on? Where's the dark one? Is all that the prison? Like, are they inside? Like he's just outside the prison. So yeah, that just spun so many more questions. I'm like, calm down and wait. Hopefully they'll explain it. But
hopefully, well, we call that a waffo. Watch and
waffo. Yep.
Yes. Although we do not guarantee that they will explain it because we haven't seen it either. So, oh wait, light blinded fool. Is that a question? I don't know if you've completed the question here. Q for Aisha.
Oh, I think he's saying that. What does Aisha think the implications are of all of the Aiel not knowing their history?
Oh,
I think that's what he's going for.
Yeah.
That only the wise ones and the leaders know.
Yeah.
And that's it. I mean, I feel like that, I don't know. I looked a lot of that to me was like a parallel to what we see now. Like for anybody who knows what it's like to be disconnected from your culture. That's really what it comes down to. Like, that there's things that are important and there's, things you do, but you don't know why. And that's exactly why you get fractures, right? That to me, that more explained why the Aiel split, right? Because if you look, I mean, guys, newsflash, I'm Black. So my family, my history, I know.
Mary's dying right now.
take this, drinking my tea then.
I am deceased at this
Oh.
moment. I am deceased. I'm going to fade away.
Stay with us. Stay with us. But yeah, my family's from the Caribbean, so like, yeah, we have a little of that where it's like when they started coming up with 23andMe and stuff, I'm like, this is helpful because my family, I can like, we've got history maybe back to about 5 generations, and we really don't know because we know why we don't have it. There's that severance,
Mhm.
right? So,
Sure.
and in Jamaica, where my family's from, there's like older villages there that do certain practices that we're now learning because the world's more global is like, oh, this place in Ghana or in Kenya, they do this thing. But we didn't know why. Like people over there were just like, I don't know, this is just something we always do. We're not sure the significance behind it or why. And hence those things get lost if you don't have the meaning. And so that's what I feel like, that disconnection from not knowing their history because whoever knew it died or didn't think it was important anymore, or like Lewin decided this is not working for us anymore. If you don't keep that, then you're going to get factions who are like, well, yeah, I don't want to sit around and get slaughtered by somebody who's having a bad Tuesday. I'm going to pick up a spear, So, that's great that Grandpa says we're supposed to move on, but no, like if that one, what his friend said, like, I'm not leaving my sister. I'm not doing that. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. My emotions are telling me this is the right thing to do. So without knowing that, how can you lead a people and care about these traditions if you don't know where you come from? And I think that's what Latra figured out is like, somebody's got to know, and they don't live as long as we do. So this is the best way. Well, maybe not the best way. I mean, God, you got to put them through torturous crystal columns. What was that about, weirdo? But
and clearly killing a lot of them. Rand's like stepping in bodies as he goes.
When he stepped on that dude's ribcage, I'm like, bro, that is rude.
That did
I know
feel
you're
rude.
going
I was
through it,
like,
God.
I felt a little disrespectful. Yeah, I got to be
The
honest.
price of knowledge. It's the price of knowledge.
Part that had me cackling is when he was walking by, what's his name, Meriden or whatever.
Oh, Meriden?
And like his face when he's walking was like,
I gotta try and find that now.
Like, look at his face. It's gold. Like, he's like, oh my God. Like,
I would like to know what Aisha thought of Savannah.
So that's the one with the big hat, right?
Yes. It's a headdress. Get it right. It's a headdress.
It's a hat. It's somehow less ridiculous than the one that Maureen was wearing, but
Oh no, not the hat! Am I on the different side from Aisha? The hat
I'm sorry. It took me out. I mean, I know, listen, I don't know where they filmed that, but it was hot. Rosamund has got this beautiful milk white skin. She probably could not handle the sun. And like, they've like, dude, just give her a hat. But it just took me out because it's so modern. It's so like, I see this in Florida beaches all the time. Like, how did she get this
really am
hat?
dead now. I have to go.
Did she weave it from the past? Like, how did this? Anyway,
I don't
know,
think
what I
it's,
love-
I
what I
don't
like
think
out
it's
of
a
her-
spoiler to say that she has a hat in the book.
Oh, God.
It may not be that hat.
It may not be
might
that
not be
hat.
that hat, but
They probably made it
I
work,
needed
though,
to
but
laugh like that. That was awesome. Thank you so much, Aisha.
Somebody on Bluesky told me the hat looks like she went out to tend her rose garden and find they were all gone.
Meaning she
She
crumpled it
packed
up,
for
took it off
Tia.
her head. Crumpled it up.
She packed for tear.
everybody on Blue Sky is like, she packed for tear.
Oh Lord, that was perfect. That was so
Yeah.
perfect.
Beautiful.
I had someone joke that like basically Rosamund just like stole the hat to be shady in between takes and then forgot she was wearing it when they filmed one. And they were like, but that was such a good take, we need to keep it, so you now need to wear the hat in all the other takes.
The hat is
The hat-
canon.
It needs its own spin-off. That's all I gotta say.
And also,
Dude, that's what he's saying.
He's like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, and he's going full eye gougey over there. So
right.
I mean,
He's
like,
really going for
What
it.
I'm seeing is shite, but what's this guy seeing? It's making him claw his own eyes out.
Yeah.
Should I still be going this direction?
Yeah.
No. But about Savannah, to your question, diva. That's what I got. Like, I think the first thing that I loved about her is after she was called out and everyone showed up, not only did she walk to the front, she posed. Did we catch that? She went,
She did.
And I know Maureen wanted the hat. She probably wanted to snatch it with the one power, but she wasn't passionate.
Rob, do you want to tell everyone what you've committed to for those who weren't here?
Oh my god! Okay, so yeah,
Do
here's
it,
your Savannah arrival moment. Let's
Right,
just check out the pose.
And hit.
Oh, she's got one leg in front of the other and everything.
That was a hit. Okay, so
Instagram ready.
Instagram ready. I don't know if you I haven't told you, Sasha, but I also have that same headpiece that Savannah has. So I hope you're ready for this.
Be ready.
Wow. And can you hit? Give the
hit.
Yeah, we need
Strike
that.
the pose.
There we go.
There we go. I feel the regal energy.
So I joked because it's actually a laundry basket that folds down.
I feel like hers is too.
I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna get I'm gonna go to a thrift store or something. I'm gonna get me a dress and a bunch of necklaces, and I'm gonna get me a whole outfit like Savannah. We're gonna call it Manvana. And I'm gonna go to the convention that's in Atlanta in July.
In Columbus?
In Columbus. Sorry, in Columbus in July. That Sharon Gillam is gonna be at as a guest. And obviously she's the costume designer for the show. And I'm going to walk the stage at their catwalk as Manvana, and I'm going. Yeah, I've
Make sure
committed to
you
doing
really
that.
good.
don't forget the hit. The hit's everything.
Yes,
Yeah.
I gotta practice the hits secretly. Yeah, so I say that secretly, I'm not saying this on a stream where 129 people are currently watching. So
Everybody, hold on to your receipts. We're gonna need them.
I mean,
Rob
I'm going to be
walking
there.
around his
I'm
house
going to
like-
take it. I'm going to film it. I'll be there. So
we just need to. No one tell Sharon. That's what we need to do. We need to keep it secret from Sharon. That's the important part.
We can do that.
But yeah, I'm so glad that you're loving this.
I mean, look, diva.
I sent Jess a copy of the shirt that I said that this reminded me of. It reminds me of the popcorn shirts from the early 2000s, the one size fits all shirts where anybody can wear it. And it's like this big when you get it out of the box, but it stretches. It's that same material. It's a shirt in disguise. It's multifaceted. I swear. I promise.
I believe it.
She's
It
just
is
so
giving that,
fabulous. The necklaces, the earrings, everything.
I love her.
But going through a man's family, like their tissue, like she's like, I don't know, his brother's in there, and then if he doesn't do it, this guy over here is gonna do whatever. How's your?
I married my stepson, but I brought a spare in case I kill that one.
Looking over there, that Rand, he's kind of cute. Is he single? Just in case,
Lined up.
She's giving Blazer Beanie's mum vibes from Harry Potter, like the one who has had 7 husbands and they've all mysteriously died.
I love what Light Blind and Phil just said in chat. It's what the Cobra Kai were going for, but never achieved.
Savannah is Debbie from Addams Family Values.
Oh my God, she is. Yes.
I've never seen that.
Oh, you should. Definitely
Yeah.
should.
Yeah, she's played by Joan Cusack, and that
No,
helps.
she was brilliant in that movie.
I love it. So
She's brilliant in everything, though.
This is
Can
true.
I ask a question about that now that we're looking at that scene?
Yes, of
Because
course.
what I didn't, okay, so the comments let me know because I wasn't sure if Savannah was a wise one, but they said she was. But they were saying that we're assuming she's the only one there because when homie who was like, oh, Rand's an outsider, was like, I'm gonna go in. They were like, we're not gonna give you permission. But then who gave permission for the dude that was in? I just trying to figure out if the dude she sent in there that was clawing out his eyes was not supposed to be there. Like, can you go in without permission?
No, they can't go in without permission.
They absolutely can't. There's it's not just a formality. They really can't go in.
I mean,
Well, I think
it's
they
against
can, but
custom.
it's not a good idea.
yeah,
think.
it's
And they won't be
custom-
respected if they come out because they didn't do
It's-
the right.
It's custom that they get permission from the wise ones. But
I think it's insinuated that the Shadow have their own wise ones there.
Yeah.
To
Oh,
have given
yeah.
permission. Because
Yeah.
every clan has their own wise ones. And so they probably because Aiel are hidden. You can't see them. They're so
Unless
good.
you kind of just stumble on their tents and just
And
they're
you
over
say,
to
"Oh my
the side
gosh, the Shido are here!" Yeah, and so I would think that it's implied that there are Shido wise ones somewhere that gave Muradin permission to go in.
Okay, because I was just like, when you have different factions, start to think, do they all have the same traditions around Viridian, or do they differ, that kind of thing? But probably not.
It
as
is a
important,
good
but-
question.
That's a great
because
question, actually.
The
It's a great
Shido,
question.
as like we saw, the Shido, they were starting to worry that the Shido might kill the Tuathon in like the last episode. So the Shido maybe don't always have the same traditions. They should, but they're clearly
Well, and I
wondering
think-
now.
I think something that they don't talk about but might be helpful is that there are sort of two groups of people that get a free pass for going into the waste. Peddlers and the Tuathon. Right?
Mhm.
It is a Gleeman? Or is it just
Gleeman.
those two?
Gleeman, Peddlers, and the
traveling
people.
Tuathon.
Yeah.
So that sort of like the idea that an Aiel would kill them when they have rite of passage
It's very
is
shocking.
just sort of
strongly against tradition.
And we saw why in that like pivotal flashback where he said that they're going to protect them now. So that's clearly lingered in some way that they don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
We heard them say that too last episode, where Avienda's like, it's disgraceful to go for somebody who doesn't defend themselves or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing worse than killing someone, the only thing worse than not defending yourself is killing someone who won't defend themselves. I believe that's what she.
Yeah, there's no honor in it, she said.
Yeah, there's no honor in that. So yeah. But yeah, do you have any other questions? Sorry, chat. Curious if you got any questions other than that about the show, the episodes, or.
No, I feel like no, I think the majority. I think well, it was also interesting because people have been filling me in with the comments. The fact that they only really showed, and I guess I'm like that's who we care about. When we did that last flashback of Lanfear in the sphere, they were saying that there was a male counterpart that also helped her. Like this wasn't all her that did this. Because I was going to blame everything on her because that's fine. I was like, it's all Lanfear's fault. I knew it. But they're like, no, she didn't act alone. I was like, oh. Makes sense, but I'm just wondering whether or not that's someone. But I mean, maybe that's another Wafo thing where, like, if that person going to become a point, like that's someone who was there. I'm assuming not one of the Forsaken though, but the fact that she didn't act alone, I'm like, that's interesting that they only showed her. But I guess it's not important if they didn't show, or they don't. The show.
It's a Wafo. It's a Wafo.
It's a Wafo. So
I have a question about that for you though, because I've watched a couple show only people. Like I watched you and Joy Scott back to back, and Joy Scott was like, she does not trust Lanfear at all. And so she was very dubious about if this was really was a noble motivation. Oh, there goes my camera.
I was like, whoopsie!
I was about to do.
Tragedy!
Lanfear is reaching out and going after Bree.
Bubble of Brevel.
A bubble of Brevel, yeah. We can still hear you, Bree, by the way.
Okay, I'm going to ask my question then find my camera. So do you think she was actually trying to do something good, or do you think she was going for destruction?
No, I do believe I do believe she was, because I think her intentions were noble, but I'm not going to say that she didn't have a little bit of a lust for power. You can't be seduced unless you already have an inclination towards that. But I think it makes sense to me, because also that would explain my thought of the whole why Rand is still knowing what Lanfear is and not Celine, and why he still has this soft spot outside of the fact that he's a whore. He just likes to have women. But outside of that, I do think that the lose part of him that is not like ready to push her away, because there must be something in there. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think she's all bad, all evil, all trickster. And I think I brought up, like, how in episode 2 was it that when they were in the dream world and she was sitting on the bed looking very vulnerable, very scared. I was like, that's to me very real. Like, that's very, I don't think she would have shown that side of herself to anybody but Rand/Luz. So I don't think it's all subterfuge. I do think the only things we can believe is that she loves Luz/the dragon. and that I do believe she wants to like break her oaths now. Like she's had 3,000 years to think about what she's done. At the time, it probably sounded great, but now it's kind of like, oh, the payoff's not really working out. And all I really wanted was to get my man back, and that's still not working out. So yeah, I feel like that's about the only things I think are true, but the rest, I don't know.
I think we're getting action back. I love how, myself included, we're all tagging the Dusty Wheel in chat. So Matt Hatcher runs the Dusty Wheel Asia. He is a land stan. He's a Landfear stan. Sorry, a Stanfear. That's what it is. Sorry, he is
a Landfear advocate.
Yes, there we go. So we've all been like tagging him in chat, being like, "Hey, tell your girlfriend to let Brie go and let her come back on the screen."
Lanfear is not a let it go kind of girl, so
no,
she
we gotta
definitely
apologize.
would not be Elsa in Frozen. Absolutely, 100% agree with that.
That is very true. I feel
As
like
I have been saying for years now, she is Miley Cyrus in the Flowers video. That is her breakup song.
This is true. So, Jess, I know you need to head out shortly. Any burning comments or questions for Aisha before you skedaddle off?
Ruark is very hot.
And not just because he's in Namibia.
And it's going to be a problem for me.
Is that causing some issues with your bisexuality again?
It's torture. I have been crazy about Ruark since I read the book starting in 2005. And now he's just like this mountain of a beautiful desert man, and I can't with it.
It's just not fair.
And this is the wise one's man, right?
Yes.
Leader?
Yes.
Yeah, when he showed that dragon tattoo, I was like, oh, hello.
Yeah.
I feel like I need to, I'm going to hunt down, I have a video. So the background's going to get weird for a second. I'm going to switch over to the Threefold Talk setup because we have a video of Bjorn Landside who plays Ruark. He's German. Yep.
His name is Bjorn Landslide.
He's a singer.
Yeah.
Of course he is.
This is him talking in his native language.
Look at Jess. It's focusing
Just Jess.
Why?
Why? Yeah. And this is him saying that the Wheel of Time was about to come out. This is just before, like a week before episode 1 came out. And it's just enjoy.
Hi ihr Lieben, das letzte Jahr hat für mich ganz toll begonnen, denn ich war in Südafrika. Und dieses Jahr beginnt auch sehr gut. Denn jetzt darf ich euch endlich verraten, warum ich in Südafrika war. Ich durfte drehen für die Serie Das Rad der Zeit von Amazon, The Wheel of Time. Und da spiele ich den Clan-Chief der Aiel, Ruark. Also, schaltet rein ab dem 13. März auf Amazon Prime.
I just heard mount off.
Don't have to ask twice.
Y'all didn't hear
All right,
Mary's
I
proposal?
gotta go learn German.
I heard Mary's proposal.
This is what I learned last time they played this for me, that I still understand German, but it's very hard to concentrate.
Oh my god, he is.
We're all engaged,
You know what?
guys.
I am so glad
We're all
for Gen X
engaged.
representation in this show. As somebody who is from Gen X, I am so happy for the Gen X representation they're giving of hot men in their 40s and 50s in this show. That's all I have to, and women. Hot women and men in their 40s and 50s in this show.
Imagine my chagrin and surprise and chagrin when that white-haired man is technically younger than me.
No, he's not.
What?
Yes, he is. I was
How
born
old
in
is he?
April of 79. He was born in January of 1980.
Oh my god, I'm so old.
Hair.
I know.
We're the same age. Frenzy and I are like
I'm
I'm
older
not
than you,
okay
Beth. I think.
at all.
Or we're
not by
very,
much,
very
my
close.
love. Not by much. We're very close. Like
He did
months
her.
apart,
He
maybe.
did her.
He did.
He did
her.
her.
Not
I love this.
fair.
I buy that for a while. Here it is. So everyday Negroes apparently call him the Desert Witcher.
I love it. I love it.
Perfect.
We love EDN. We love
I
them.
Oh, they are so-
Perfect.
Their fight scene, like we had the one between Avienda and Land with his shirt open unnecessarily. Yes, can we just have one
Or
with Ruark now? I
necessarily,
mean,
depending on how you look at it. I
Let's just
mean,
take some of those
really
layers off.
necessary to
Just
my
it's got to be
well-being.
so warm.
I feel like he would have done better in the fight if he'd taken the shirt off. Personally, I was hoping for that.
It was
but
going to hold him
that
back.
worked to get in there
Adelaus
now.
was right. Adelaus was right. Take the shirt off.
Take the shirt off.
All right, friendos, I'm gonna bounce.
Bye,
No
Jess,
worries.
I love you. I
It was
love
nice to
you.
meet you, Aisha.
Me too.
And have a good one.
Me too.
Bye.
She's about to go watch that clip again.
I'm with everybody. We need Ruark fighting. Let's go.
100% agree.
It's going to happen at some point. It's got to happen.
And Elaine's brothers for science.
So, and Elaine's brothers for science.
And then
Wow.
Avienda can come in and kick all their asses for science.
I mean, I suppose someone has to lose. So yeah, Gowan and Gallants for that, I love it. Yeah, that's a fun clip we play sometimes on Throughfeld Talk just to get everybody going. Oh God.
Speaking of that fight, can I get like a consensus? That scene that came after it with poor Avienda being dressed down by the old ones in front of everybody about her spears. Like I did not see that coming personally. I was like, oh, and the wake up call that gave for me is like, oh, that's why you've been on Rand's ass about running from his destiny. Hi, pot kettle. Okay.
Yeah.
But that
So
was
I have a question for you again. Do you have a theory as to why they're being like so hardcore about her? Having to be a wise one?
Well, some of these came into my comments because I was asking my commentary. I'm like, okay, I wasn't sure with the dream walking versus being able to channel were two things that were one and the same. My commenters thankfully told me, nope, you can be a dream walker without having channeling ability. But then we saw that, why do I keep forgetting her name? The elder wise one, she can channel. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So she can channel. And I'm like, huh. So I'm like, if they're this outside of maybe just tradition, which is probably important, maybe they saw in their future that Avienda has to be or is going to become one, or something bad will happen if she doesn't. Also, I'm thinking she must be able to channel, possibly. And maybe that's why they're like, because I'm assuming that they don't go to the tower, that the Aiel don't go to the tower if they can channel, they just do their own thing. So if that's the case, then they probably want to train her, especially for that reason, and maybe don't want her out there because I'm assuming that it's not something that is common, maybe. But that's kind of what I figured, is that maybe if she can channel like the other one, that they want her to train in that and not just waste her time with spears.
It is rare. It is rare. I'll say you're right about that. It's a rare talent.
It's worth rewatching that scene and looking at Moraine's reaction. I think that tells you everything you
which
need
one?
to know. To when their channels, watching Moraine's face.
Oh no, I saw, and she looked at Egwene, and I was like, so either Moraine didn't know, or I don't know. There's so many things I could say. Like either she didn't know, she was surprised, because that was fast. When I looked at it, I was like, she reacted lightning fast. Like no one didn't even get a chance to wield their weapon, and she was like, no, sit down. So that's scary. But maybe she's not.
Yeah, she wasn't doing the yoga dance moves. She just
reflex. But I also wonder too if it's something that they haven't seen, right? Like Moraine's seen a lot. Maybe she's never seen that weave before, or that way of using it. So yeah, like the look like, huh?
That was new information.
Yeah.
But that makes me ask a question, because back in season 2, when Moraine went in front of Swan and Leandrin was telling, like, she had Nynaeve, and Moraine makes the comment about, I didn't know she could channel. But then there's another point in the show where she says, maybe when she's talking to Egwene, when she's training Egwene in season 1, she's like, I could feel it in you. I know that you have the ability to channel. I'm going to teach you how to do it. It's almost like it's a contrast. Like you can either tell when other women can channel, or you can't tell when other women can channel.
Or is it something that they have to learn? Because the Shan have their little feelers, right? And I'm assuming they're taught to look for it, right? Because a lot of these girls probably didn't know that they were picking that they could channel.
Yeah, and that's not anything that's ever really been heavily talked about in the show, about like sensing the ability. It's kind of been conflicting information, from my own opinion, on watching.
I think Moraine was being tricky in the tower, because what she said was, I didn't know she could channel. And like she didn't know that Nynaeve could do a heal bomb. Who would have known
Well,
that, right?
true.
And then she said, I suspected. So I think that she suspected Nynaeve had stuff, you know, but I think that she was pretty taken off guard. And I will say the heal bomb doesn't happen in the book, so we were all taken off guard.
Yeah, we were all absolutely like, what did I just watch?
So
in a good way.
Loved
It was amazing.
Yes,
but
she's my favorite. So
They did say that in season 1 though. Like I think in season 1, episode 2, when Moiraine talked to Nynaeve, when Nynaeve was just like not about talking to her, I think she was saying there's something along the lines. I think there's a possibility that all of you in here have something, and I think she was kind of alluding that she was sensing one powerness at least around those 5. So she didn't say specifically you could channel, but I think she picked up something. Maybe it was, again, they never explained even how the Shan Chan could tell that people could channel. So
it did seem to be that one girl, because it was always her going around pointing at people.
Just you.
Yeah. She freaks me out. She's scary, that kid.
She's the
I
narc.
think.
She's absolutely the narc.
I remember we were talking about that on a different live stream, and I was like, imagine, you know, saying to people like, oh, I've got this reoccurring part in this epic fantasy TV show that's like genre defining and things like that. And they're like, oh my God, oh cool. Who'd you play? Oh, I play this like magic sort of user type person that like, one of my jobs is to find others that don't know they could use the magic and then help them get enslaved alongside me type thing. Like, wow. And then I go, how many lines do you have? 0. I have a big gold dummy in my mouth instead, you know, like just imagine saying all that to your friends. They'd be like, so you help enslave other women and you don't say a single word the entire time. You just sit there and look really scary and intimidating. And they're like, that what a conversation to have with someone, right? But also, I just love her as she's terrifying.
You know what's really chilling about her? If you get, because I do those costume videos with Pez and Jenny, her costume is so much nicer than all the other Demanes. She has been rewarded for doing this. She has like the nicest, fanciest costume that's all clean and well tailored, and yeah.
But that's so real though, to when, if you look at the whole idea around slavery as such, like that's when you have the people who gave up others or kept people from escaping, etc. It was that reward system, right? It's messed up. But when you're being treated horribly, anything that makes you feel less horrible, you know, it's a motivation to stay both loyal and to, you know, also just continue on when your life is hell.
Amplifies how messed up everything is.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So oh, okay. What else can we talk about in this episode?
Have you talked about how Lan and Moiraine are still butting heads like two teenagers? I thought that was really interesting when she was like, basically, talk to me, like tell me what's on your mind, and he's like, promise me you're not going to try to stop me, and she's like, no, and he's like, fine then, no. Like it's just watching these two who are really, to me, so similar and saying the same thing, but just because they don't like the way each other is saying it, they're just still not on the same page, and they kind of have to get that together really quickly. Like maybe now that he's gone through his trial, maybe he'll be a little less stubborn. But yeah, I thought that was interesting that he basically just kind of wants her to just agree and go with it, and she's like, I can't do it.
He's clearly learned, because she tried to say it in the sneaky Aes Sedai way, and he was like, nope.
Speak plainly.
That's
I like
not
that
good enough.
It's a real role reversal from season 1, episode 8, where she's like holding him with the knife against her throat with Ishamael and says, I will kill him before I let you have him. And now she's saying, I will not let you lay down your life on the chopping block. Like she's changed her perspective, and she's now invested in Rand fulfilling his destiny, whatever that may be.
Yeah. I'm curious, do you think that she should just, you know, say, all right, I'll do whatever you want, Rand, or do you think she's right for being the way she is?
I mean, no one changes overnight. Like that's the thing, right? I saw some people in my comments being like, oh my gosh, why won't Moiraine just relent? I'm like, ask your grandma why she still does things that are wrong and annoying now that she's 80. Like you can't, just turn over a behavior overnight as much as you want to. And Moiraine is going against her moral fibers right now. But I think what's hard for her to reconcile is that, at least that this is what I'm taking from it, is that Rand is not just Rand. He's not just a 19, 20-year-old guy, which, yes, by all means, she definitely has more perspective. But he's this, and he's also the dragon. So there's two things going on with him that he's trying to figure out. So I think she needs to allow him to do this, is my point. Like, she can't tell him what to do, because the way she's looking at it is different in almost every possible way. She channels differently. Her life experience is different. She's a different gender with a different ideology than he has. And she only has like her lifespan, whereas now, especially, he's got a whole lineage that he's coming from. So she just can't. The most she can do is give him some channeling advice, right? Like, and maybe a little here and there. So she just needs, I think, to step back and let go a little bit. But he still needs her guidance. Like, that's as much as he said a couple episodes ago. Like, don't like ignore me. Like, don't walk around and refuse to talk to me. I need your help, but just don't tell me what to do. Like, you can't really tell me what to do. I have to, because if he'd listened to her, like the wise one said, he would have gone to Tyr and he'd be dead. So she's got to just admit the fact that I don't really know where this boat's taking us, and I just gotta help him when he says we gotta steer left. I'm like, okay, I guess we're steering left, right? And even if you don't like it, so yeah. But I know it's not easy. No one can just stop being who they are, even if it's the right thing to do. You have to work at that.
I loved how you said, like, ask your grandma how, now that she's 80, whether she can change or not, type thing. Because canonically in the show, Moiraine is probably not far off 80 anyway. So
that's what I remember hearing. Yeah, that she's up there. So
yeah, it's
if
perfect.
I can look that good, yeah.
I mean,
you know why? It's because her skin isn't damaged because she wore a hat.
Wears a hat.
Wears a hat.
I just saw your name, Moraine's hat stand. Yep.
I mean, as a melanoma survivor myself, I am a huge advocate of the floppy hat. So I will never throw shade at the shade that a floppy hat will give you, like, ever. So
I just find it like, I'm all for it. As I said, I can only imagine with, like I said, that hot sun. Yes, protect your skin, girl. But it's just, I think it's because the styling of the hat is so modern. I just like,
yeah, that particular hat.
Yeah. It is. It's caused a lot of I don't know, discussion. Yeah, like people are hit and miss on it. They're like, do I like it? Do I not?
I mean,
it's quite
it's
funny.
very reminiscent of Hat or
Hood or Hair.
Hood or Hair from
Hair,
season
yeah.
2, when we saw the teaser trailer with Lanfear, when she had the cloak up. It's like, is that her hair or is that her hood?
Yeah. Oh, are you there, Aisha?
She's got to go grab her power cord.
Ah, right. Fair enough. I missed that. So
Power cord. You need a power cord.
Cord.
That's fair.
This is probably quite a good
One power
segue to talk about the Moraine flashes.
Yes.
Which we haven't talked about yet.
We have not. In fact, I don't think we talked at all about the Moraine flashes, even before Aisha showed up. Actually, so
You know what was really interesting to me about those? They started off going in one direction the first time, and it wasn't all bad the first time. It wasn't great, but the first set of her visions wasn't like, they weren't all her just getting murdered by Lanfear.
Yes.
But then the next time they were flipping in the opposite direction, and it was just murder.
Sorry. Singing my Bone Thugs and Harmony 1992. Sorry.
I mean, that whole scene is just wild. I mean, why don't we? I'll play a bit of it, and we can just, just experience it together, shall we?
I wonder what Avienda saw. Hopefully, it was peaceful.
Nope.
Very peaceful. So peaceful.
Maybe she saw herself marrying Rand in the future, and she was like, "No."
That does seem like
Wouldn't
a face
be
she'd make.
It would definitely make some people scream, I bet.
Well, especially since she still refuses to call him the dragon. He's still Wetlander, so.
Oh, what a great shot.
I know. And this is like a massively long skirt that they designed, the costume designer put out. So they could do extra flowiness.
That's why I said, like, this was not a skirt-friendly arch at all.
No.
Or ring, I should say.
Who's that? That looks like.
That looked like Swan. I didn't realize that was Egwene as the keeper at first.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was Swan.
Until she said his name. Rand says her name.
What I thought was interesting is that Moraine wears an outfit very similar to what Suan wears as the Amerlin suit.
Yeah.
Poor Lan.
I know. I love him.
They got married.
No,
Not Lan. Make
my
it stop.
boyfriend.
Make
No,
it stop.
Not my dude. Not the dude.
And then that was Lanfear, right?
I think
Set on
so.
fire?
I got a screenshot where you can kind of see it.
That is
Oh,
rough, but quick.
I love this dress.
Who are the
Yeah.
people around?
And this,
her
why was this in the Two Rivers? Was my question.
It really
there?
looks
We never
like
left the Two Rivers.
he stayed there and became like a mayor or something.
Maybe. Sorry, every time I see that guy screaming, I just remember Rand's face.
Somebody said that they saw a shot where Sarkanon came out of her pocket. I have not seen that. Have any of you guys
Yeah,
seen
when
that?
she flips, it like dislodges slightly. It doesn't come out, but it does dislodge. You can see.
So I
it.
wonder if that's what's causing the visions to like her to flip in the opposite direction, like you were saying, and then it just becomes all Lanfear murder. I haven't seen it. I have not slowed down enough. I've watched it 4 times, but I've watched it at full speed. I haven't done any screenshots or anything. So, but I was
the
just
murder wheel is something that the murder wheel speaks back to what Bane said, where not Bane, Bear, that you will see your future laid out before you in infinite variations.
Yeah,
So
1,000
this is
times 1,000 or something.
1,000
like
times
that.
1,000
Yeah.
turnings of the wheel, but the same. There are different turnings of it, but it's the same thing over and over again. It's the arches, the wheel saying, be prepared because I think your throat's going to get cut.
It totally gives me Avengers Endgame vibes with Doctor Strange. It totally
Yeah.
The one possibility, right?
Exactly.
That's
Well,
very cool.
she says some things that must be and some that cannot, and it's definitely looking like getting murdered by Lanfear is approaching must be territory.
For real.
I mean, she's petty, right? We know Lanfear is petty. And someone pointed out in my comments, I didn't think about that, is that she's killing her the same way that Moraine killed her.
Oh, fair.
I was like, yeah, that sounds like something Lanfear would do. Like, how dare you?
Yeah.
Dare you? So
Yeah. It's the
Man,
classic.
she didn't
villain
die
thing.
though. Right? Like we learned that from Min. Just because she gets her throat slit doesn't mean she'll necessarily die in all those variations if she gets healed quick enough. Lan survived a slit throat thanks to
Nynaeve,
his
that
girl,
is a good
so-
point.
That is a good point.
Leandrin
Maybe.
survived.
Too bad they
double
sent
dawn.
Nynaeve somewhere else.
She can't use it right now anyway.
That's
I don't
a
know
good
if she
point.
busted out for Moira. To be fair, she still doesn't like her that much.
That is also fair.
Yeah. Here's the fun thing that I didn't realize in chat. I didn't realize at first, but chat has pointed it out. Sorry, I've missed the comment. But in this particular moment here, she's using the Sarkanon to kill
yeah.
Rand.
Oh,
And is dressed as the Amerlin.
And oh yeah.
same
And
He's
outfit.
got some real dragon looking clothes on too.
Yeah. So it looks like both times she killed Rand when she was dressed as, so she becomes the Amerlin, he's gone.
It does not seem like it goes well.
It doesn't look like it goes very well. That's quite true. So it's not the best of situations. This one's in the Two Rivers here. Again, like the infinite pattern. I don't know how well you can tell, but if you look at his arms, you can see he's got the dragons that he receives at the end of the columns as well.
So he already went through the trial there.
So like this is just all the different variations. There's so many different things, like of combinations of things that he could have done that she's seeing. And it's
Who are these randos in the circle? That's what I was wondering. Like, who are these people?
So plaid is almost always Two Rivers costuming.
Yeah.
So it really looks like they have intentionally
people.
made it Two Rivers people, villagers or whatever.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she says
so.
like Lord,
Oh,
like
you
Lord
see
of the
the
Two
buildings.
Rivers. Yeah, and you can see the buildings in the background
Yeah.
here. So they're upside down. In fact, I'm even tempted to say that that is Natty Coffin there, potentially. Maybe not, actually.
It could be.
Could be. Maybe.
So maybe that's what happened if he had gone back, because remember he told Mary he wanted to go back to the Two Rivers, and she was
Yeah.
like, nah. So maybe, but no, he went to the trials. Maybe he would. Anyway,
Well, he could have
Possibility.
gone back because, you
Yeah.
know, I mean, maybe he was just like, okay, that was not fun. I'm done on this adventure.
Yeah. Like 1 out of 10 would recommend, you know, like
Yeah, like I did all this and I didn't get a cool hat too. I mean, what?
Yeah.
Well,
He left a terrible Yelp review for
he did.
Ruidian.
I went to the Threefold Land and didn't even get a lousy t-shirt. You know.
just this weird fog. What was the point of the fog? Just to make it spooky?
Seems like
Latra,
Yeah.
please. Why did we do this?
he's a melodramatic bitch.
Yeah.
hey, she's earned it. She's been
She
around
wore
for a
that
while.
necklace for 800 years or whatever. So she's definitely
Yeah, she's
into the
she's-
drama.
She's seen some bits. She's like, look, at my age, you gotta get wild and stuff. You know, people need to pay attention. And we have not spoken about these tattoos appearing like this. Like, this is just so cool. What? Let me go back and we'll play that again.
Ominous music plays. I love that.
Oh yeah, let the music play as well because you can hear it. That would work better.
Oh, I like that it says ominous music.
Thank you, subtitles.
Oh, they are cool. I like that it comes with a free like emerald or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You are muted, Aisha. Sorry.
Sorry, but
There
yeah,
we go.
yeah. I was saying the eye glows. I noticed as well on the dragon. If you look,
That's cool.
They are very, very cool.
It has Dragonlance vibes.
Oh my god, yes. Yes.
With the green
Yeah.
gemstone man from Dragonlance.
I love you so much, Mary Frenzy. I just love you. You
Pulled
get
that
my-
one out of the past,
You
didn't I?
get my nerd like nobody else can get my nerd. I love it.
I mean, that is just what a shot there. Just seriously.
Mm-hmm.
so does he have to walk around with his sleeves down now for people who don't know going forward?
I mean, I don't know. Like, would you?
Or I mean, he could hide one of them, and they just think he went through. He's just Aiel.
Which they do tend to already
Right?
think.
It's kind of like Aiel dragon. I show you both. We'll see.
Oh
but-
god.
Hey, I got it. When I got a tattoo on my leg, I wore shorts like forever. I'm like, look at this beautiful big gay tree I got. I love it. Everybody should see it.
It's true.
Same.
Be
He
proud.
went through a lot for those tats.
Yes,
so
he
maybe we should
definitely
show
earned them.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is true. Now, I there's a scene in some of Moraine's other visions that the fandom have kind of really hooked onto and really kind of enjoy. And I hope everyone else here knows what set of images
Oh,
I'm talking about.
absolutely.
Yeah. So let me just pause it at the right moment. I would love to know your thoughts on this little party. Oh no, pause it when there's not darkness everywhere. Let me try and the lighting is terrible to get here. Sorry. This is going to be a moment while I just play pause. Ah, there we go. That's going to work. What are your thoughts on this power group here?
My favorite goth band ever.
Love it.
Have you seen the pictures that they released? Because we begged them to release more pictures, and
Yes, they're on
Yeah.
X.
Costuming
and
for a scene that took what, 2 seconds?
Yeah.
I don't
Nynaeve
know.
can murder me. Nynaeve can murder
don't
me,
believe-
and I will thank her.
They did.
Also,
This was
look
too
her
much.
in the
I
waves
think we've got
randomly.
Steve.
Yeah, it's pretty mad.
Choking is right.
They put them on Instagram as well. Let me see if I can find them and share them up.
And I agree about the Nynaeve. I was saying that Len would never get off his knees if he saw her in that. Let's just know that.
Ever.
Ever. Look at that. Queen.
Yeah. Oh, and then
Oh my
Look at her.
god.
Look at her. She's
Just
kind of meant to be evil. Let's be real.
I mean, in
Oh,
the
look at her
Storm
ring.
outfit.
Look
yeah,
at her
she's
ring.
got the
Age of Legends ring.
yeah.
He did call this. I think Rafe called this the Forsaken. They were all as Forsaken. So
Yeah.
what a great.
I'm so-
Donald is too cute. He's too adorable. He's like a little puppy. It just doesn't work.
This night will
It's
be the
so
night that I
Kenzie.
will fall for you. You can't tell
Yes.
it's not emo 90s rock right here. Oh
Yes.
my god.
Oh,
I'm having
God.
flashbacks to teenager. This was so cool. Somebody posted more from the leather worker posted more of this on Instagram. And up
Yeah.
close, it's like all dragon scale, like on the front and back. This is a cyberpunk club kid.
Yes.
I love
Mhm.
it.
Yeah, it's very cool.
I want
This
this
is the
hair
best
on
one.
Perrin.
Ugh.
You know,
It's-
I
it-
want this hair
Yes.
on Perrin next season somehow.
I gotta admit, I want that axe as well. The axe is
Oh, it's so
is-
cool. It's got like
Mhm.
wolves on it.
yeah.
Like I feel like locks are inevitable. Elias has locks, so that's what you do when you're a Golden
Yeah.
Knives, right?
There we go. Yeah, this seems right. I think Kevin died when he saw this. The Going Everlane. Kevin Angus, who was on earlier, is like the world's biggest, not just Elaine fan, but also Kira Coveney
Yeah,
fan.
Covenant. Yeah.
And yeah, he absolutely died when he was seeing things like this. So
This
and
gives
then,
me teenage rebellion. Oh, this is Cersei Lannister. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Right?
Absolutely.
Shame.
I
Yeah.
was like, they did not do that on mistake. They even made her blonde. That was...
Yeah, it was wild. Let me go find the level workers posts. I love
Which
Rob's
makes
stuff.
me wonder, did Landfair like capture her, bleach her hair, cut it, and then was like, now we go.
I'm gonna make you look ugly and then kill you.
Yes. So
Ugh.
yeah, this is it. He's like, this is Rand's Forsaken armor that Sharon asked me to create for the enigmatic Yosha for Series 3. Although only
mean-
briefly glimpsed on screen, we always aim to imbue each costume piece with as much symbolism and relevance to the character as we possibly can manage. I hope you like this armor.
Jawline for days.
Right? Cheekbones, jawline.
I mean,
That
Serving
seems to
so
be
much
one of
C
their
word
main
here.
casting criteria. Do you have cheekbones,
Cheekbones,
or jawline or both?
exactly.
yes.
Otherwise, go get some and come back. Ooh,
So,
nice.
yeah. And like, yeah, he's posted like these details, like this stuff on the back.
That looks
this
so
scales.
amazing.
Mhm.
I'm not willing to accept that it was just for that scene. I feel like we have a whole something we're going to see later on. They had to have shot something with this.
But I mean,
I
just
mean-
look at that. Even on the inside, there is
Yes.
detailing. You know,
Oh,
It's
it's
that-
just so incredible.
Let's just bring it back to like Lord of the Rings, seeing like what the people from down there did, the New Zealand company that did all their armor and all the work.
the
Like,
Weta Workshop.
Quite a work.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
the
yeah.
amount of detail they put into their stuff. Love it.
Mhm.
Absolutely amazing.
Oh, I love this. It's given Carl Urban in the Chronicles of Riddick.
Oh, it
Oh,
is.
and yeah.
me
Oh,
started.
exactly.
Right.
Don't. Oh my god.
That's exactly what I was thinking. And I
Carl
couldn't put my
Urban is
finger on
such
it.
a drink of water and
Yeah, he
Chronicles.
was
He was so
Fine in that movie.
Be quiet.
I was
Rob,
rooting for the
no
bad
one
guy. I was
asked
rooting for the
you.
bad guy.
As she captured your long shadows.
Took her hat away.
That tracks.
Now we know why Moraine has to wear the hat.
Yep.
Chat kills me sometimes. That's
Oh,
Perrin is Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine.
hi Rapunzel.
Oh my god. Yeah, sorry.
I love how they're all so dramatic, and even as evil parents, it's like, I'm going to wear a sensible duster. I mean, he's my boy too. He was always my favorite of them. So, you know,
Same.
What was it? Something just came to my mind now that we're looking at Perrin, about his eyes. Right. Oh, so this is kind of a throwback to the first couple of episodes. So you know how we saw the end of episode 3 and Moggy is walking around Leandra and all them, and obviously they have no idea who she is. I have a theory that if Perrin had been the one there, or if Perrin was in to China right now, he would see Moggy for what she is, because I had a memory of back in season 2 when he saw Ishii. He saw what Ishii was, and Ishii looked at him like, "Oh, you see me," and he's like, "I'm interested in you and those eyes." So I'm wondering, can Perrin see through whatever it is? Like, could he potentially see a dark one from anywhere, even if they're looking like any old person?
You are definitely thinking good thoughts, because I do think his senses become a really big factor into this. He can tell things that other people can't. So
yeah, so just wondering, like, if he was in Ticino, like maybe Moggy wouldn't be able to just wander around like she is. Like maybe he'd be like, "Wait a minute."
So here's a question, and I don't know the answer to this. When he comes through the Waygate, he smells a man and a woman in ashes. Do we think that was like Alana's face? Like, can he smell that after it happened? Because that's intense.
I'm thinking because he can see the past, right?
Yeah, that is a good point.
So he probably picked up the fact that she did burn those or got the ashes at some point.
Yeah. So, I mean, if he can smell that after the fact, then yeah, I think that the Forsaken need to steer clear of him.
I do not know the answer either, but I was like, I feel that Alana and that is like it's too obvious, and it's more like a, the red herring, the misdirection.
Maybe.
And I think it's going to be others.
I mean, there was another man and woman mysterious duo who showed up.
Yeah. So honestly, like I say, I don't know, but that's where my money would go if I had to put my money anywhere. So
speaking of Waygates too, in my rewatch, I noticed that the stuff that's on the Waygates was the same on Latra's throne.
Yeah.
Same type of leaf pattern and secret passages and things. So I guess her folks are who built the Waygates.
I think that they say the
generation?
Ogier built them, but I think the Ogier were back then too, right? The Ogier have just been building stuff forever. So it could have been that the Ogier built her little
her throne or
her
Amaryllis seat.
Just
So-
keep building. Just keep building. Just keep
building.
I mean, they've been the best builders forever, so there
Yeah,
you
they
go.
have.
they have. This is very true. So, but yeah, like these, I don't know, these visions are just so great. And then Rand's just like, "I'm gonna hang out by the tree while you do that."
Right. I was
For 2 more days.
He took a nap, guys, at the peaceful tree while she was dying.
Yeah.
This here, I was like, "Oh, Moraine." Now I know why you're a little annoyed with him, maybe.
Yeah, it's just
and all the death.
All
the death.
she's like, I love that Lanfear's got like just a nice dress, different dress in each one until this point when it's just
repeats. Yeah.
yeah, her black slinky dress. This seems to be
So can we
makes
pause?
me nervous.
Can we pause?
So I asked you earlier to take a screen cap of Lan's sword because I think that's what Lanfear's using in this scene.
Oh, okay. 1 second. Let me do a screen capture of this sword then. And
She is
I
petty
will-
enough to do that.
Yeah.
It's
Like
like
that's what Leandrin tried to do in the first episode was take out Alana with her warder sword.
Especially after telling Nynaeve that she wouldn't need to use a sword.
Yes.
In season 1.
Petty.
It is it's the classic bad guy thing, isn't it? Kill you with your own weapon type thing.
Yeah. Well,
It
Leandrin
goes-
just hates him a lot, so and we know why.
It's going very quick, so I'm struggling to
Get a good pause.
get a good pause. Yeah.
I mean, it did make me nervous that it was like all over the place with all these different scenarios, and then it slowly narrows down to them in the same outfit getting murdered in a
Yes.
desert over and over again.
And that was definitely not by accident. They would have shown
Yeah.
us that for a reason. So either
Go on.
I was gonna say either it's to me either forecasting potentially, but it's pretty heavy-handed, but it could be, or it's what Moiraine's going to focus on. Like that's going to be what she's going to get stuck on from all of this. Is that was what she saw repeatedly, and that's going to influence her decisions.
Very fair.
Yeah.
This blue dress is the one in all the posters. So I feel like we're gonna see it again.
Yeah, I mean, she's wearing that blue dress with the like, and we saw it in the trailers too, with the like gold stuff on it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I feel like if I went through a murder wheel where I got murdered in that dress for 2 days, I would not put it on. But
Right.
I
Burn
might have
all
bad
my blue dresses.
associations.
Goes into
mean,
the
she
store
is
and she's like, I won't buy that dress.
I mean, but she is blue. And so maybe she's going to have to be somewhere or doing something representing herself as a blue. And so
I have a question about the colors. In all the, I noticed in the older flashbacks with Leatrim when they were still inside of the city and all that, that it doesn't look like the colors were a thing at that point. Because her right-hand person there was in a black and white. It just didn't look like it was any old thing. So like the different areas, I'm assuming didn't exist. That those came post
Those
taking
were
out all the
later.
males.
Yeah.
those are later.
I think they sort of slowly evolved associations basically based on their post-apocalyptic interests.
That's such a nice way to put it.
Yeah, that works. I like that.
But nobody wants to do technology and like get us back to that.
You'd think floating.
You'd think
back to
there'd be
floating
STEM
space stations.
somewhere. You'd think there'd be STEM somewhere.
Maybe they don't want to do STEM anymore because of land fear. Okay, they're just
Yeah.
like, we're gonna just take STEM off the table.
Fair.
They're like, you know what? The last time we floated a big building, it kind of crashed and destroyed a city. So maybe we won't do that anymore.
Or maybe that's Rand's sword.
Yeah,
It
I don't.
could be lands.
Oh no,
Like-
is there a little dot at
That-
the end?
The hilt
Yeah.
is different. The hilt is different. The hilt is totally different on the sword she's got than Land's sword.
I also think in terms of like length, that this is much longer.
Yeah, it does. Look
I think it's
longer.
Rand's sword actually, because it would make sense for her to use Rand's sword to kill Moraine.
Especially
She
when
is also that kind of petty.
She is.
True.
Because maybe he gives her his sword.
That's what I'm thinking. That would be like her. Oh, I got my man back, and I'm taking you out with this guy.
Maybe you
actually, it might
shouldn't
just be the way it plays. Let me see. I might have to record this whole sequence and just really slow it down in a piece of software instead. Because she starts off with a dagger, which she uses the first couple times, and then it becomes
It like gets longer, I feel.
yeah, maybe.
I just no. My 12-year-old body humor. No.
That's what she said.
You guys mentioned before, like no more STEM. It reminded me of a tweet I just found that I saw where it has a picture of Lanfear and it says "women in STEM" and in brackets sadism, torture, evil, murder.
I'm here for it.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That's
Here
fair.
for it.
So like that's probably the closest I can get to it at the moment. It still looks reasonably long there. And then
Moraine does die with flair, though.
she does.
Yeah, she does.
And then okay, that's not too bad actually, that one. But that does actually that looks like Land's sword right now.
It kind of does.
Let me
Well,
clip that.
The sword that
Wait.
Lan has right now is the sword of the Malkiri Kings, and that's
Yes.
the Power Rot sword, which matches what Rand's sword was, which was the Power Rot sword. So they're going to be very similar. The only
It could
difference
be-
between the only difference between the two is one was Heron marked and one was not.
Like it could be both, right? Like it could be different scenarios where she's using
Yeah, they
either
could
or.
be different swords. You know, because they definitely are creatively killing her many ways.
Yeah. So that's it zoomed in there. It's definitely got so
That little
Land's-
thing
yeah,
that
that a
Lance
shadow?
has, that triangle thing, because that was on
Yeah.
Lance too.
just there, and it's got that
But it's
the silver metal end there, and then if I flick through the other photos,
Yeah, I guess maybe it is
Yeah.
Rand's.
it's got that, and there's the little metal end there. So yeah, it could be the Malkiri King's sword. Oh,
Oh
I hadn't
dear.
picked up on that. So
Well, either sword, like we said, would be petty, right? In its own way.
Yeah,
oh, absolutely, yeah,
Oh yeah.
very stressed out.
yeah. It's gonna be rough.
I
And I'm
guess question for Aisha: what do you think the impact is of Moraine seeing these visions?
I mean, it's I think it's just putting her in a very interesting place. Like we saw in the trailer that she's saying that she knows, well, what she picked up was that almost all the futures were either her or Rand had to die. And she, up until now, has said her whole life has been dedicated to assisting the dragon. So that kind of goes against what she thought was supposed to happen. So that's going to be, I think, give her a bit of an existential crisis, because if she's to believe that one of these is going to happen, if something like this is immutable as like Min's visions, for example, yeah, what do you do? Like, what's her name? Give me the name of the elder wise one again.
Bear.
Thank you, Bear. Bear said, like, when you find out these things, you either become complacent because you feel like you can't do anything about it, or you kind of go mad trying to change it. So I think that's what Moraine's going to be fighting now. Because again, if your the last 20 plus years of your life, you're like, yep, I'm going to be the dragon's right-hand girl. Oh no, it's him or me. And it can't be me. It can't be him, right? She knows that it can't be him. So yeah, I think she's going to try to figure out, like, are you okay with just, again, is it accepting it? Are you becoming complacent if you think, well, I'm going to die anyway? Or do you do your all until then, or what? So I think that's going to give her a bit of time to spin out for a while. And I don't know who could help her balance that out. Like maybe she needs somebody else who's a pattern peeker to get in there. Maybe give her another piece, like a Min or something like that. To be like,
I love it.
Maybe not.
I love that. Hashtag pattern peeker needs to be a thing now. So
Well, the first episode had her, the question was basically, who are you going to hurt to protect this man? And she said, all these kids.
Yeah.
So I guess she has to decide, am I on the list too?
Yeah, that's fair. All right, I think we'll have to start wrapping up now. I know everyone's schedules are sort of lining up to disappear, and I only intended to go till 7 p.m. Eastern anyway, or thereabouts, so kind of perfect. Thank you so much, Aisha, for hopping in and giving us your show perspective.
Yay!
Folks, if you haven't checked out her channel, please go check it out.
Do it.
It's awesome.
Just go back to the first season and watch them all.
Yeah, do you know what? That's something I haven't done. I actually do need to go and do that.
Yes.
Because I didn't discover you until Bree started sharing you out on Bluesky for season 3. And I'm just like, oh, I need to watch these. So I need to go back and watch the other ones much earlier on. So yeah, thank you. It's just been popped back in chat. Yeah, and all my guests, Mary, Beth, Bree, Sulin, Kev, Jess. Is there anyone else here today? I think that's everyone, actually. I feel like someone else was here and I've missed them. Whoever else is here, I do apologize. Thank you, everyone who's joined. Thank you, everyone who's hung out and chat. If you are new here, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. I'm going to be back every Saturday doing live streams, and wonderful faces will be joining me again. And I will be doing, obviously, my Free Thought Talk breakdowns Thursday nights, and the podcast will be out on Wednesday for freewheeling. Like, I'm doing a lot of content at the moment, so, but yeah.
Yay!
And love it. Just go watch Wheel of Time.
Yes, tell your friends. We need season
fucking
4
brilliant.
renewal right now.
Yes,
now.
Renewal right now. Yes, this episode is currently rated 9.5 on IMDb. How is this season not getting a renewal? Like, it needs to be a renewal already. So,
right.
Do it. Do it.
We dare you, Amazon, to do it. So, but yeah, that's it. Thank you so much, everyone. Aisha, you don't have to run away afterwards if you don't need to dash away quickly, because I'll say goodbye to you in person rather than you're dashing off. You don't have to leave when I play the outro. So, but yeah, thank you, folks, and we'll see you next time for just more Wheel of Time fun and chaos. So, bye.